Good morning, everybody. We're gonna make some stacks today. Maybe. Ding ding. Alright, so SPX opening just under 43.40. A little bit of buying into open. Futures sitting at 43.80. And then NQ at 14,925. I would say NASDAQ looks like the primary beneficiary of the opening volume today, but up almost 50 BPS from yesterday's close. Any updates to positioning? A couple big blocks of calls at 43.50, 43.55. Came in, I want to say about 15 minutes before market open. Put positioning still looks strong, down to about 43.15. 43.10. We'll see if that starts to pull back or if we just get, a failure here. I expect that they'll try to pump as hard into the positive morning data as they can before more data comes out in like an hour, half an hour. We get a consumer confidence report at 10 o'clock alongside new home sales. Dad, I sent you some low effort AI cards this morning. I saw them. Fantastic. Should I bail on my Upstart shares 38 or hold and trade at a loss around 31? I saw some weird chatter in the sub last night. Wait, so you bought Upstart shares at 38? Really? Fucking Christ. Was the data this morning actually good? I mean, seasonally expected. Actually good. It heavily weighted towards non-defense aircraft. Like a big chunk of like 30 some odd percent of the improvement in the in durable goods orders. New cars I think came in right behind that at like 2.2%. So I mean, yeah, very very heavily weighted on the non-defense aircraft side, but seasonally that's kind of expected. Tourism's been picking up, airlines have been swamped, so we know there were some big orders from Boeing over the last quarter, so not unexpected. I don't know if it's gonna maintain into the beginning of summer, where durable goods orders tends to fall off a little bit more. From the DD, why spreads for only a few more weeks? I mean, I'm only carrying my short position for a few more weeks, right? At least my current one. So like the excessive selling of overnight spreads will probably stop. I've been selling like 100, 200 contracts a day. Hashtag dumpies. Never mind. That was a quick change of opinion. We probably have some upside off of this morning's data, at least for the next 30 minutes. We bullish again? No. Boeing getting some extra airplane orders doesn't really change the macro environment, right? And durables demand being up is bad for core. I work mostly in real estate, and it's been surprisingly busy summer where I'm at. Summers are the traditional busy time, of course, but surprising nonetheless. It's surprising that anybody would take a fucking mortgage at over 6.5%. I guess they assume that they'll be able to refinance in 5 years. SPX 4,000 end of day. I just bought my lottery ticket. Probably not 4,000 end of day. People are refinancing now. Jesus Christ. I'm getting tired of Mr. Cohen's wild ride. Do you see a future where GME is eventually worth 50 to 75? And what would need to happen? How long off is it? Is it more likely to die? I mean, I don't really think GME as a business is in a position where it's going to die right now, but I mean, if they don't do something to create new revenue streams, their current ones are in decline. So yeah, they need to do something. I don't know what they're going to do or if they're going to do it anytime soon. So the window on that might be like 5 years. It might be 10. You know, it's been 2 years now and they haven't made a lot of progress towards creating any additional revenue streams. So yes, but I mean, it's going to require something out of them. They can't just cut costs and bring their stock value up to $50, $75. So, you know, that the $1 billion they've been sitting on for 2 years, they're actually going to have to do something with it. If you have to move, the mortgage rate is irrelevant. No, it's not. You can rent. When would you admit that your bull case on the market and JPow's soft landing was a success? What bull case on the market? I haven't been bullish on the market since like Feb. When they get inflation under control and the banks survive it. Can you please adjust the QQQ chart? Yeah, I'm a little zoomed in there. Hold on. These aren't right for today. Gamma neutral 43.53. And fast gamma 43.27.50. There we go. I'm super young and hip, but it wasn't common at one time to have mortgage rates 5 to 8%. Yeah, but before that, it was very common. 10 years doesn't work with my plan. RC, get to it. I mean, hopefully it's a lot faster than that. That was when home prices were set in reality. Yeah, that's the other problem is, cost to finance a $400,000 home, which in many parts of the country is a piece of shit, is double the price. In places without rent control, most landlords are just increasing the rent to cover the mortgage increase. So renting is also getting insane. Yeah, it is. But I'd rather spend an insane amount of money on rent for a year or two than buy a house for an extra 400 grand on top of its already above market value price. Thoughts on when the real estate bubble is going to burst? Residential real estate could take a very long time. Commercial real estate's got a lot more volatility right now. I mean, consumer confidence overall has been in decline, right? More people are losing jobs, unemployment's up. So, a lot of commercial retail space isn't doing so well. And then, you have work from home uh, creating pretty significant headwinds for office space, right? As a Canadian, I'm warning you, our smoke export will be ramping up for New York City in the next 2 days. Oh, okay. I'll get prepared. Fuck. 4K for a house? It's a median. There's median home prices, Yaga, regardless of your locale. Buying a house that's overpriced and will lose value over several years is a tough situation to get out of. Yeah, it usually, well, historically leads to defaults. Rates have obviously not always been zero, but the cost of housing has increased like 10 to 20% a year for the last few years. Yep. Can't wait until taxes reset on these 2022 and 2023 Florida investor sales and break their backs. Residential supply is low. People don't want to give up a 3% mortgage rate for a 6% mortgage rate. Yeah, but materials are cheap right now. And while materials are cheap, construction's going to ramp up. I mean, we already saw that this morning with permits going up, right? So supply will come in. And then don't forget if there's failures in big packages of like commercial group loans on residential properties, that can create huge amounts of liquidity very rapidly in various housing markets, right? And since all housing markets are now kind of tied together through things like Zillow and Redfin, and pricing is normalized not just regionally but nationally, large amounts of liquidity appearing anywhere in the system can have an effect on prices, right? The way the amortization loan works too, about 85% of your first year's mortgage goes towards interest. Yeah, yeah. Interest is front loaded. Is there anything suggesting that we could fill the gap to the downside positioning wise? Yeah, absolutely. There's still a decent amount of put interest. Um, well, let's see. 43. Yeah, it looks like 43.35. 43.10's got some interest. 43.15. So yeah, there's still some downside interest here. Even with the calls coming in at 50 and 55, there's still plenty of puts. But 50 and 55 are definitely the majority of the gamma right now. As a French Canadian, I apologize for our smoke. Oh, that's fine, I'll live. There's been some negative news on Airbnbs not getting as much profit, so that could ease rentals a bit. Yeah, it could. Yeah, I mean, especially if that business model fails over time. Get ready, Gurk. Here in Chicago, it was supposed to be a sunny day. It looks like a cloudy day, but it's all smoke. Fuck. Low interest rate, but 100K down on the underlying. I mean, I'd almost rather like if you could get a really low rate by putting 100 or 200,000 down, like 25 to 50%, would probably be worth it. Is your straddle call exit strat same as yesterday? See if a rejection off 4360. No. No, I'm not quite so bullish today. Nope, I'm actually stopped out. Hmm. Possibly sideways till Powell. Yeah, I mean, the chances of us kind of just seeing straddles and strangles around the collar are pretty high. Obviously, it would be beneficial for bulls to get it, straddled and strangled around 4350. If new home construction stays up, that's going to keep the economy going. Well, new home construction will stay up as long as commodities pricing is low, right? I have an Airbnb. We're making less profit because they upped all our fees for renting. I upped my rates this year, but I'm making less after they take their cut. Reasonable. Yeah, I mean, it's it's still like the Uber DoorDash business model, except for real estate, right? Yesterday, I watched a bank economist say that inflation was caused by high energy prices, and that since energy is now down, inflation will be solved and rates can go down end of this year. Okay. Or here's an alternative. Rates aren't going anywhere this year. Energy prices can still go up. And then inflation comes right back to where it was or worse. Energy prices have been at just like pretty close to like 52-week lows for a while now. Nat gas is dirt cheap. Oil's under 70 a barrel. That's not going to last, right? But core inflation remains high, X energy. So I'm not really sure how he explains that, but he's an economist, so he doesn't actually have to explain anything. He can just make up an interpretation. God, I fucking hate economists. VIX actually went up in comparison to SPX. VIX is getting a little bit more sensitive. Yeah, it's similar to Uber. I barely break even, but the property value is up 125% over 5 years. That's always good. I lost feeling in my legs. Is it contagious? I don't know. Not me. I'm an econometrician, not a hated economist. I thought maybe the recent Russia coup would have an impact on oil. Well, if the recent Russia coup was more than, you know, fucking what's his face, Prigozhin saying, "Oh, I'm coming to get you, Putin," and Putin being like, "No, you're not," and then Prigozhin be like, "All right." Like if the coup had a little more teeth to it, yeah, absolutely. Two winning trades in a row, 30 whole dollars of profit on SPY 1 DTE contracts. Lambo, here I come. Congratulations, Dork. Stopped out on my call. Do you see enough upside potential to chase here? Or waiting for more data to determine? I think that we saw some profit taking at the 43.50 level already, but interest on the call side above us remains high. So probably waiting until the next set of data comes in, which is in about 9 minutes. I think there's a good chance that we see 43.50 here. Maybe 43.55, at least with the current positioning. That can change, but right now. Shit. Sorry. It's gonna be a slow day, probably. Um, we might get a little price volatility around like the data. There's a decent amount of data today. We got a Well, up until about 10:30. We have the Richmond Fed manufacturing report, Dallas Fed services. We've got consumer confidence and new home sales all coming in the next like 35 minutes. But yeah, then we're probably gonna see a lot of Powell start speaking tomorrow at market open. So I would imagine that we're going to see a lot of neutral positioning start to come in throughout the day. That doesn't mean we're not going to have any price volatility. It's just it's probably not going to be really fun. Stopped out on my call. Do you see enough upside potential to chase here, or waiting for more data to determine? Yeah, I mean, there's still a little bit of upside potential. 43, 50, and 55 look possible right now. If we start to break down and fill the gap, the interest at those levels might drop off. But yeah, on the zero DTE side, there's definitely a little bit of calls there to capture positive data. I don't see a lot of calls coming in further up the chain though. I think like call interest kind of peaks at around 43.60. And there's a pretty good chance some of that's sold. I have several rentals in Europe. Most areas are working to stop the spread of short-term rentals. Airbnb model will be at an inflection point in 2 to 3 years. Airbnb rooms is evidence of this. What the fuck is that? Are they just switching over to like a hotel model? Who's JPOW speaking to? Is he doing a rate hike announcement tomorrow? No surprise hike. I'm not sure where he's speaking. Some fucking event or something. I'm sure you can find out. First, Bobby died. Now Bobby's dead. Okay. They're getting around foreign laws by renting rooms in houses instead of entire house. A lot of small cities in Italy kicked this off about 2 years ago. I kind of thought that's what Airbnb did anyway. Like, come stay inside this stranger's house. No worries, Edwin. 2 years ago, Bobby hit 39. Now it's 39 cents. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. Discussion, Chair Jerome H. Powell panel discussion at European Central Bank Forum on central banking, Sintra, Portugal. Ooh. J Powell's on a European expedition. This is very exciting. Why won't AMD die? Well, QQQ's up today. It's not like it's recovering super fast or anything. It's still trading under 108. Why won't I die? I don't know. Sintra is part of Nilfgaard and not Portugal. JPOW World Tour. I want the concert tee with the tour dates. He's collecting ascots. If JPO decided to take a vacation in a submarine to explore the Titanic, would the market die? Maybe. Trying to save their banking system, I guess. They'll need money soon, and JPAL will want to limit contagion. Yeah, they will. Yeah, but now it's stay in this house with the owner of the property. Otherwise, the local municipality would block the owners from renting, and Airbnb couldn't make money off those areas. Huh. Ooh, the fuck happened here? QQQ got very excited for a second. Oh, data's out. All right. Let's see. Consumer confidence up 109.7 versus the estimated 102, 103, sorry. Prior 102.5. New home sales up 12.2% versus the previous 3.5%. Holy shit. New home sales 0.76 versus the prior 6.8. Richmond doesn't seem to be out yet. Fed Services Index is down -3. Down to -3 from -10 in the prior, but the rest of the report's not out yet. Dang, everyone buying homes. It's kind of frightening. I mean, seasonally, it's expected. I think last year we had a really big spike or around, it might have been later in the summer. Is this bullish for Upstart then? How? They don't really do a lot of mortgage processing. More, they're trying to get started doing it, but they don't really have a lot of exposure to the mortgage industry. I would say auto and personal loan. Do you see similar fortunes for coal as oil over the next few months? Well, China's reopening, and India's economy is starting to pick up pace, and they're the two largest consumers of coal. So their demand tends to heavily affect spot. Actually, Germany's rolled back a few power plants to coal, so there may be some increased demand there. I think a couple other European countries have as well, but not to the same degree that Germany did. VIX dead, SPX flat. I'm not seeing a lot of positional changes here with the data coming out. Looks like somebody bought some more 43.65s, but not many. Volume at 43.50 is still the highest. It doesn't look like puts are moving off the chain very much, but VIX back below 14. Breaking world markets crash as Chair Powell shreds through the fire and the flames, then smashes his guitar at central banking forum. Could all this home buying, and if we fall into a nasty recession, possibly trigger something like 2008, but less destructive? I mean, I think the issues. I don't think we're gonna get a repeat of '08, but the current issues with like CMBS and um, problems in commercial real estate, I think currently outweigh residential real estate issues. But yes, maybe worse, not better. Like more destructive. Because asset pricing is so blown out of proportion versus where it was in 2008, that a collapse in that pricing would be far more damaging. And the banks are already unstable due to duration risk, right? They would only become more unstable if you know the value of MBS began to collapse. So data short-term bullish, not medium-term bullish. Yeah, I mean durables is largely just seasonal effects. Housing is too. Um, Neither one of them generally have a huge impact on the market. But durable goods orders being up with core inflation high is bad, right? It just means there's more demand, and it's probably going to drive core higher. So they haven't done anything yet to sufficiently squash demand. What can stop all of that from happening? Uh, the labor market remains strong. The American consumer gets bored with spending money, and JPOW is able to moderate rates until inflation falls. But the labor markets are already weakening. The effects of even the initial rate hikes are only now just being felt. Credits slowly beginning to crunch. Money supply is dwindling, right? So, you know, I mean, the Fed hasn't really done any quantitative tightening, but they still have to do a lot of quantitative tightening. I'm not sure it's an unavoidable situation. I mean, I'm still very much of the mindset that it would have been better to force the situation a year ago, and then you know we could truly be recovering now instead of attempting to recover into a macro environment that's arguably even worse than it was a year ago. The only headwind inflation has right now is the fact that oil prices are down, but OPEC's about to cut rates. The strategic oil reserves have been refilling, which means you know there's no longer that dip buyer, and then you know production's going to drop worldwide because you know oil producers are going to want more per barrel. And you know if we get a nasty winter, nat gas prices are going to go right back up. You know Russia's still not supplying nat gas. Europe's created some you know green energy coverage, and they've created some additional pipelines to natural gas, but they are not nearly as efficient as you know 2 decades of or 3 decades of Russian natural gas supply coming in. So those supply chains are still in their infancy, right? They're still very weak. And any spike in nat gas, oil or nat gas is going to see a rise in headline inflation, which is going to make everybody freak out again. Meanwhile, durables aren't going anywhere, right? And if anything, demand on durables is still high. So they've done nothing to correct price stability. What's your favorite affordable meal? Wendy's. I don't fucking eat. I'm not eating at Wendy's. I don't know. Probably like pizza. Pizza's pretty affordable. Room full of rich white people laughing, and then he said, "Ah ha, Americans stop spending." He really said that. I know. Yeah, there was a time when America was very good at imposing austerity on itself. Generational fear had made us quite good at it. We were like, fuck that. We're not going to spend money. The late 70s and early 80s had a lot of that going on. Gork, red candle. I see it, Dork. You think Express has found a floor, or can we keep going lower? It could probably go lower. It's reverse splitting soon. Brexit style. Also, do you have price targets for some of those energy stocks? Are 30 to 50% increases out of the question? It depends which stock and its exposure to like spot price. I mean, there's a lot of variables there. Do you want to be more specific? What's your favorite pizza in New York? La Industry in Brooklyn and Scars in Manhattan. And then probably Prince Street after that, just because it's easy. Girk, I bought puts at the peak. Nice. Nice. Pickle YouTuber calls for another depression to instill fear back in the brunch crowd. Uh, I know a decent chunk of you guys think I'm insane. Like it's. I want you to know it's not like I don't see the trend, right? I'm not blind. I know it's there. I just think I'll make far more money shorting the fuck out of it than I will buying calls. And I buy calls, not a lot of them, but enough to get by. The economic situation stopped improving in February. There's serious risk in our banks. This is None of this is good. You can't I don't think anybody can even bring me a piece of data that's actually bullish. Real wages fucking flat, right? Inflation up, unemployment up at the baseline level and continuing unemployment. House prices continue to rise on rising mortgage rates into increased unemployment. Who the fuck is going to buy all the shit to drive the growth that everyone expects to happen? Here's a bullish indicator: positive retail investor sentiment. They don't. Retail investors barely move any fucking money in the market. They represent like 3 to 5% of all order flow. It's a fucking joke. Should I wire all the money I've been saving up and get me some July AMD puts? I'm not technically over leveraging if it's a complete leverage, right? Thanks, financial advisor. Aren't you already over leveraged like an entire portfolio into AMD puts for September? Oh, sarcasm. Okay. Mortgages paid with credit cards. Yeah, don't even get me into it. Oh, I know this one. Me, the irresponsible millennial with our avocado toast. Soon there won't be avocados. Don't worry. Hey man, you asked for bullish indicators and I gave you one, but that's not a bullish indicator. That's just dumb money, right? And before anybody gets fired up, it is factually. I mean, I think all of you have spent enough time in this chat to say it's dumb money. 30-year fixed going back up. Oh, is the rest of the data out yet? What the fuck is going on with the Richmond report? Oh, there we go. Okay. Fed manufacturing shipments -5 versus the prior -13, but below the forecast at 4. Manufacturing index -7 versus the -15 prior, and slightly better than the -8 estimates, although the consensus was -10. Services index -3 versus the estimated +5. And then we got Dallas services next at 10:30. And then New York Fed's doing a tips purchase, 30 million. Who gives a fuck? 5-year note auction at 1 o'clock. What are we doing now? Headed down or chopping? Still looks kind of like a lot of chop. I don't think I've seen any significant positional moves here. I guess put interest is increasing a little bit at 43.40 and 43.25. Call interest remains pretty flat. I don't think the call interest is going anywhere until all the data's out. So, although they've gotten, we've gotten like 6 pieces of pretty well, not necessarily bullish data, but surprise to the upside data, and we're kind of still flat on yesterday's trading. Yeah, but I can also have short-term puts, short-term AMD puts. Nothing like getting Eiffel Towered by short and long-term theta AMD puts. Why don't you offset some of that theta and sell some fucking options to someone who's like more bearish or bullish right now than you are? When Nvidia puts print and you stop streaming, might I suggest you buy a castle in Croatia and start an actual cult? My advice: an island with a castle is necessary, as inland areas are too arid. Islands are pretty arid. I mean, are there a lot of islands with fresh water? Am I gonna have to install like a reverse osmosis? Maybe like a lake island. Are you thinking like a lake island? Yep, that super chat thing will not let you send my money. Send you my money. You mean Ko-Fi or YouTube? Don't use YouTube super chats. They take like 80%. 43.25 is me. Sorry, I sold my 43.50. Just say what you want to say. You don't have to send me money, dude. I sold my 43.50 spread at open thinking we'd go up. We did, but then we turned around and I mystery entry. So I went to 43.25 instead. Okay. What do you think around 28 for BTU? Maybe 67.74 on DVN. Well, DVN's got exposure to oil, but also nat gas. So Depending on how much volatility picks up in the prices of those, yeah, it could go back to the levels near the levels we saw last year. I don't think that's out of the question. BTU could go a lot higher than 28. I think. I think. I mean, an increase in spot for coal is very good for them. But also they're doing like $1 billion share buyback, which is like a third of their current market capitalization. So my target for BTU is like 30 or higher. The last time it hit 30, I sold in the money calls at 25. That was nice. Seriously, 80% calls on Google. Yeah, they're killing it. I can't sell spreads since no margin, but I'm joking. Part of saving to 25 10K is resisting the urges to have to play everything. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Jimmy's so boring lately. I know. Because of Powell speaking early tomorrow, I sense a lunchtime mother of all SPX 0 DTE call pump, followed by 2:30 p.m. daughter of all 0 DTE call pump. Or he just stays hawkish and everyone gets really sad. I mean, is it just me, or is it not absolutely fucking insane that everybody keeps trying to price in rate pullbacks this year? Like the day after Powell's like, we're just not cutting rates this year. They're like, but whoa, what? What if we cut rates this year? He's been so fucking clear. Even the bond market's only pricing in like one rate increase, right? Even though he was like, we're doing two more. If there's one thing Powell's done this entire time, he's done exactly what he said he was going to do. But what if? Hell of a drug. Yeah, I guess. Thank you, Brett. Bulls trying to time the rate cuts, same as Bears trying to time market crash. I mean, I'm not really trying to time it. I just want it to go down. I'm not trying to like play a crash. Like, most of my put positioning is pretty close to the money. I don't have anything excessive. Some of it relies on VIX getting to like 16 to 18, but I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I'm not like trying to get like 25% drop or anything. Is it because he's lost credibility? Is that why people don't believe him? No, because they don't want to fucking admit that there's going to be multiple rate increases this year, and they don't want to price them in because it's going to fucking hurt their duration risk. JPOW speaking from Spain because he finna about to crash the US market. I want to be honest, either the market is crazy or rational, most likely, or they have data that suggests we'll enter deflation in some way and the Fed will be forced to cut. There's no data indicating that right now. They don't have some secret fucking sauce. Even, none of them understand inflation at all, first of all. I mean, that's very evident by the manner in which it's been handled. I don't know why people think you have to time a market crash. I don't either. Timing a market crash is simply being positioned for the downside when a market crash market happens to crash. Yeah. My 0 DTE puts are sad. Okay. When did you buy them? Realization and pricing of the resident, like, it's faster, but it's not very fast, right? In residential real estate, like Zillow and Redfin and all of the, home sale apps and stuff speed up pricing in the real estate, like, residential real estate market. Um, but it's still not fluid, right? It's not an efficient market like the stock market is, right? Or it's not as efficient as the stock market is. I'm not going to say the stock market is efficient. Um, and you have regional deviations in markets. Some markets have, higher demand than others, right? And that creates discrepancies. So it's not very uniform. Um, and the process of the residential real estate market collapsing is very slow, right? If defaults start to pick up, the government's going to step in with some kind of aid for homeowners to, offset the increasing number of homes losses, right? The foreclosures take, anywhere from like 90 days to a year. So it can take a lot of time for the liquidity in that market to increase, right? And then when the supply goes up, then pricing comes down. But that process is drawn out, it intentionally so. I personally think a sharp drop to 3,900 this month is reasonable. Compromise between reasonable bears and irrational bulls. I mean, I'd be happy with like 4,250, but okay. Honest question, wouldn't you expect him to be a dovish to make the US economy look good when speaking from abroad? I mean, he doesn't care. The US economy is just better than the other ones. He doesn't need to make it look good. Everyone else is in a worse situation. What if another rate hike absolutely blows up another bank? I mean, I think it will. I think that's why they paused. There's more time for the banks to get shit in order. There's a stress test tomorrow. That's not going to blow up banks, but it'll give a lot of evidence to what banks can be blown up. This one, JPOW to stop mid-speech, put the paper down, say, you know what? And then go on a 5-minute rant about pricing in rate cuts. I still think they wouldn't. Pickle YouTuber calls for tokenized home buying and selling. I mean, the more efficient the housing market becomes, the more price discrepancies there will be. Right? You'll have like your Nvidia houses and your AMC houses. Yeah, no problem. Drive a Valerian. Do you think the potential for more downs in the latter half of this week is dependent on JPAL? No, not really. I mean, positionally, longs are kind of fucked right now. Bulls are trapped at 43.75 and 4,400. They haven't capitulated on their short puts that are now in the money. Um, so they're underwater, and there was no significant SLD period for the last 2 months, so margins weak, right? They're not sitting on a lot of margin, and then if tech loses value, their margin's going to decline even more, right? Because all of their core margin. And tail risk is fat, big fat tails. I want him to come out with a red solo cup, his purple tie up around his head like a headband, drain the cup, and crush it on his forehead. That's ridiculous. No, I don't want to host a cheese-based stock show. Who is NASDAQ? Your mom. Lugs, what's up, man? Hey, how you doing, dude? Nope, not fudge-based either, Kaioshin. Oh, I gotta apologize for calling her the wrong name for so long. It's just one of her many aliases. Then he breaks into the 60s classic Wipeout on his guitar. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is a silly place. I like it. Fed service is better but down. Revenue's worse but positive. Services revenues have been positive since last December. They're down like almost 50% from the prior month. Actually the prior 2 months. Uh Services index for Texas rose negative 8.2 June 2023. Suggesting broader business conditions improved. The strongest level since last September. That's not very bullish. Slight improvement, but yeah, it's still very negative. Gurk hears more about my fantasies than my therapist. Do you have any fun plans for the summer? Uh, Not really. A friend of mine, she wanted to go to Italy for like a couple weeks. I probably won't. I have another friend that wants to like take his yacht to Brazil and then hang out there for like a month. Goral? What do you guys don't know women? Fucking internet. What's going on with bank? It cranks up. I have no idea. People are buying houses, so net interest income rising because banks are lending them money. And you do with Lily has pumped $8 pre-market and immediately dumped the last 2 days. It's kind of odd. They pump it in the pre-market in the hopes that it'll stabilize at a higher level. It's very easy to do, costs very little money. Very illiquid environment. Do you see me has any yes/no contracts on JPAD tomorrow? They don't. Is there one on how many times we will use the phrase strong and resilient? I used credit from an overnight short 1 DTE to buy 2 0 DTE puts at a higher strike this morning. Nice. If you go to Florence, reach out. I lived there for a few years and have some good recommendations. I'm probably not. I'm probably not going. Can you take one of us with you? We'll vlog your journey. Thanks, B Watts. Pickle YouTuber avoids vacation with woman to babysit pickle jar. No. When you put it like that, it sounds awful. I have positions. I can't just up and leave. Price movement is what's silly. I bought a 0 DTE call on the first bit of data just to watch the price tank and stop me out at risk, then rip up on data that wasn't particularly bullish. I mean, there's still a lot of calls at 40, 43.50, 43.55, right? We don't mention Lily here anymore. It's dead to me. Fuck Lily. All my homies hate it. I mean, yes, but Greg, I'm planning on sticking around and trading stocks and options this summer. You in? Fuck yeah. If you vlog it to the stream, it's a business trip. I don't care about the write-off. Didn't Lily just release some more positive weight loss data? I don't know. Mid-stage trial of their obesity drug. I don't even need to work out. I'll just get whatever drug this is and all the side effects. This is perfect. Technology's finally caught up with being fat, people. And there goes your kidney and heart. Whatever. Could probably buy a new one of those, right? Heart problems? Bullish for selling other drugs? Yeah. Once you can grow a new one out of money, you're golden. Can't you just get them in like China? Bull's looking pretty weak now. Yeah, I mean they're not getting a lot of momentum here, but we're still under gamma neutral. Chinese hearts are annoying because of the tariffs. Huh. Let's see. What's this gonna do? Still room to test 43.55 here. Which is like a retest of like 4,400 on ES. You know, NQ's the one that's kind of floundering a bit, which is surprising. Oil's picking up though. Dixie's still down on the day. The MM buys on rising prices and sells on falling prices. So there's more price volatility below gamma neutral. But once you start pushing above gamma neutral, the market maker starts selling into rising prices. So you need momentum. Or you need shitloads of call volume to like grind it up through the gamma neutral point. Is XPX able to spin down to 43.20 today? I mean, it's possible, but we need like a big capitulation of like long positions at the current level. And the data today is like not great, but it's not bad. So we'll see. They've tried to pump the market back up with zero DTEs every day for the last 3 days, and every time it's failed. So maybe with some okay data and a little bit of a push, they can get some positions out from underwater. Um, but the 4,400 and 4,375 calls are still buried, and they haven't sold them. So there's some expectation that they'll try to get them back, right? Unless we move down sufficiently, like probably near or below delta neutral. I think at that point they would be forced to capitulate or just be worthless. Yeah, well, no one wants to give up their positioning. Don't forget that the entire downside options chain is basically just stacked to the tits with short puts. And if we start dropping and VIX starts picking up in any significant way, uh, the tail risk is going to grow exponentially. Like there's a ton of Vega risk there, right? Those all those short puts are long dated, so it'll like gamma squeeze them out. They're in a very tricky spot. Say it again, but slower, please. I mean, that's just the reality of it, right? And now, half of their like bullish positioning is underwater. Well, not half, but a chunk of it, right? Like everything from 44.10 down is underwater. And and so now, that's not providing the margin it did when it was in the money. Hmm. Hmm. This pump looks weak, right? Yeah, but I still expect to see like 43.55. We need to break down probably below the gap for the zero DTEs at those levels to close off. And right now they're pretty close to the money. So if they can just keep buying more of them, they'll go in the money. We'll see what happens. Futures, I think, is kind of the wild card here. It's having kind of a tough time revisiting 4,400 right now. Thanks, Logic. Yeah, like futures pretty consistent volume to the upside, but it's not really getting any price improvement out of it. Which has kind of been the story for the last few days, right? They push a lot of volume, but it doesn't really take the price higher. And then, eventually it fails. That's been like the last 3 days in a nutshell. Is Upstart gonna stop? Stop what? Oh, probably. Can't remember exactly, but did you say something like if we aren't below 4,300 by the end of today, likely to bounce up because of charm? No, if we're at the collar, like at or below the collar, so between like 4320 and 4,300 going into Friday, then we're likely to bounce up because of the charm. If we're above the collar, the effect is minimized. Actually, we're probably more likely to drop if they start shedding the remainder of their future hedges into the roll. Time for zero DTE puts here. It looks like it's going to fail. No. If it does, not substantially. Like we might pull back to like 43.40, maybe 43.35, but I don't think it's like I don't think it's gonna fill the gap here unless it gets some more momentum. Hmm. Is it getting more momentum though? Not really. Not yet. I would say okay, so I would say yes, it's going to fail, but it's not probably going to fail a lot. Maybe like $7. Let me see if put interest is increasing. Yeah, not really. So a slide here is kind of just like probably 43.40 and then bounce again. Collars at 43.20. Would you buy a 5 DT SPX call if it's below the JPM collar going into Thursday, Friday? Probably not. I'd probably just hold a straddle, but you could. Like I think if we're below the collar going into the roll and end of quarter, then I would probably target like a move back to gamma neutral. I didn't have any breakfast yet. Although I am feeling a bit peckish. What's your time frame for BTU to 30? I don't know, like year and a half. It's already done it a couple times. There's the 4350 test. Hmm. You think that 4360 is still good resistance? I mean, currently 4360 doesn't have a lot of call interest, so yes. What's a good entry for GME? I don't know. Under 20, ideally. I wouldn't fucking buy it at these prices, but if you're trying to like trade it, I would say probably under 20. Zzz, yeah. Yeah, I think the momentum's starting to fail here. So if we're gonna get a breakdown back to like 43.40, this is probably the time for it. The range is just gonna be shit today though, because neutral positioning, right? I'm looking for a Tesla breakdown to 5. Like $5? It looks like it's kind of just chopping at resistance. Little bounce overnight under the trend line, and it found some support there this morning. It seems to be failing now, but a slight improvement from yesterday. Even zero. I don't think you're gonna get $5 or $4 on Tesla anytime this year or next, unless Elon tries to like buy Meta or something. That's fair. I would love to see a run up to 4360 with a fail end of day, leading into JPOW tomorrow. But yeah, Likely just a bunch of neutral positioning. Probably. I still think we'll hit like 43.55 here. Yeah, above the orange line. Roughly. I mean, gamma neutral changes intraday, but it's pretty close to accurate from last night. VIX is ticking up here, so this is probably the like local failure of momentum. And this is where I'd target like 40, 43, 40. I'm not going to trade this because it's a shit move and it's unreliable, but just to give people an idea of where the price could go here. And that'll lead to a little bit of capitulation on the call side, but probably not the 43.55s because they're still a little bit underwater, right? And so they'll hang on. And then if we stabilize again at 43.40, more call buying will come in. And as calls get cheaper, the volume of that call buying will increase, and then we have a better chance of testing 43.55, which hopefully happens about the midday today, and then into the late afternoon, we could see a breakdown of the call positioning back to wherever, like, neutral kind of ends up being on the straddle and strangle point going into JPow's speech tomorrow. So kind of like that into the end of the day. I think, at least right now. How long till Jimmy loses screen space to something more exciting? Everything's fucking boring right now. Look at QQQ. Screenshotted. Goldman Sachs saying that a recession would trigger a move to 3,400. Probably. Could go lower. But I think like if we get a correction or a crash like that, like we'll probably stabilize somewhere between like 32, 3,400. The low of that correction, who the fuck knows? Right? When fear peaks, right? Like the market can drop really, really hard. And liquidity gets weird. There were people like back in 2020 who bought like SPY um at like there were people who had like orders fill at like 150, 180. Which is like way, way, way below where the SPY actually dropped, right? Why does Upstart move so spontaneously? Well, there's a bunch of weekly calls on it, right? Which keep getting shuffled around and they come in and they go out and they come in and they go out. As people try to speculate on it, there's a lot of volatility sellers that crush those calls if they run too far. And it has extremely high positive beta, like over 2. So it almost acts like a, because of its illiquidity, it almost acts like a leveraged ETF on the indexes it trades in, right? Now, over time, the weight of short positioning will kind of grind Upstart down, just because it's consistently increasing. But when Nvidia runs or QQQ runs, it really fucks up their already really limited liquidity, and so Upstart has really violent reactions. It's a very 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 illiquid stock. Like, it has almost no ETF exposure, which means second market liquidity is hard to come by. Its ownership interest is pretty high, and then its short interest is also quite high. So you can take all the things you learned on GME, and they're pretty applicable to Upstart. Like old GME, not current GME. Like GME before it split. You mentioned that you're planning to hold your current short position a few more weeks. Is that because you think the thesis will play out or get busted in that time? No, that's just like when a lot of it expires. I'll probably, like, if that ends up failing, I'll probably just reposition further out and, play the long grind. I mean, I'm a little overexposed based on positional allocation. Like, I have like 2.5, 3 positions worth of allocation into SPX shorting, which is something I generally try to avoid. But I think I'm pretty well hedged, and I've been selling as much theta as I feasibly can every day, and so my cost to carry has been like net positive for the last couple weeks. I mean, I'm taking a pretty decent amount of risk, but it's worked out so far. So short of, going to sleep and waking up to the SPX up 300 BPS, I'm pretty okay. Sometimes I have dreams I get sent back in time, and I get to tell young me to buy out of the money Tesla calls, sell them at the call split in August 2021, and then jump into even further out of the money GME calls. Yeah, but it's like you doing that could change everything, right? Why does SPX show extreme positive gamma at 4330, but SPY shows extreme negative at 4030? Well, they're not the same. They're not the same. Also, one is usually used to hedge the other. Like, a lot of SPY hedging occurs on SPX, and then a lot of SPX hedging occurs on futures. Do you think we'll see any effects from the bank stress test while it happens? I mean, we could, but I would say that it's more of like a data point than it's going to be like a physical realization of stress. Like, the stress test isn't that archaic. It's probably mostly done at based on like models, right? And they're not just gonna like, it's not like the Fed's gonna like just pull back all their money tomorrow or something. Can you roll bear call spreads down and out for more credit? Yeah. You can just keep rolling bear spreads. Like if the price action moves the way you want, you can just keep rolling them. So like, say the market's declining and then trading flat, through this period, you can roll your spread down. You can roll it down again. You can roll it down again. You can leave it to decay. If it moves down again, you can roll it down again, right? You don't even need to add extra theta necessarily. Sometimes you can just roll it down for positive credit. Especially if VIX is moving up. The stress test criteria are known to the banks ahead of time. I mean, yes, they should be. They obviously have to prepare for it. Did we get the drop? What's going on here? Hold on. There we go. Ew. Not as good a drop as I would have wanted. 45? Well, let's see if it continues to drop. I think it still can. Kind of shitty. That's only $5. 10 would have been better. Yeah, see, like if this doesn't keep dropping, this is why I didn't want to play the short side. Because it's like the momentum is garbage. $50 would have been better. I mean, I just don't like the implication of a $5 drop here versus a $10 drop, because a $5 drop here opens up 43.60 as a possibility, maybe even 43.65, right? A $10 drop here probably going to cause capitulation at the 40 like 360 43.65 level, which then just leaves like 43.50 55 open into the end of the day. Tesla looks like it's getting ready to go off a cliff. I hope so. I've been pretty greedy with my puts. Not super greedy. I took some profits, but kind of greedy. Good morning. What's up, Mike? Late today, new project meetings. Lame. That sounds lame. Banks to JPOW last week. Why stress tests? Stress test really needed? Who says stress test? These questions indicate some banks are not going to be ready for tomorrow's stress test. I don't think they want the cracks in their armor exposed, right? And the stress test will do that to some degree. And so yeah, they were pretty resistant to both stress tests and capital increases, especially unplanned or random stress tests that they weren't well prepared for, right? So potentially one more pump to 43.50. I mean, I'm still kind of trying to see if this is going to fail to the 43.40 level. Right. It's stagnated here, but it could continue. It could continue to drop a little bit more. After this is done consolidating or falling off or whatever it's going to do, then I'll have a better idea of, where our upside potential is. Good morning, Ending. How you doing, man? Something people need to remember: markets are dynamic. Everything is a snapshot of the past. I'm doing, Palantir got rejected from 1443 three times in 2 days. Bearish? I mean, it's Palantir. I don't know if bullishness is a real thing on it. I've been doing better if there was a couple hundred more likes on the stream, if you knows what I'm saying. I do. Can we do it, guys? Can we hit the like button? Ooh. Dork, red candle. This chat has the power to make my dreams come true. Dynamic markets are why I get to ask you questions constantly instead of just asking that one question in peace. Yeah, I know. Market crash. Gork green screen in the shower confirmed. It always has been. It's not the shower though. It's my master quarter bath. Why do you think I never get up to go to the bathroom? The chair back is just part of the green screen. I edit this in. Are they crashing the market so Fubo doesn't MOASS? Yes. Do you guys know what a quarter bath is? I found this out a couple weeks ago. It's a real thing, first of all. I thought houses only came with full or half baths. A quarter bath is just a toilet in a room with a door. It's just a shit room. I guess it could be a sink that doubles as a toilet. No, toilet and sink, that's half bath. That's luxury. Shit closet. Thank God you're a centaur. Your legs would fall asleep sitting on the toilet all day. I know, right? We call that a New Jersey basement. Sometimes there's a sink in the hallway for washing your hands. Yeah, I think quarter baths are frequently found off of like kitchens where a sink is already close within proximity of the bathroom. Although I have seen the basement toilets in a few house listings, and those are always funny. It's like a prisoner toilet. There's no walls, there's no privacy. Just a toilet in the middle of the basement. You can put a TV in there and call it a loaf lounge. The house I grew up in had a toilet in a room with no sink that was off the rest of the bathroom. So, I mean, that's kind of nice, right? Because then when you flush the toilet, you don't get that like fecal bloom that just kind of coats everything in your bathroom. You know, it'd be even better for a room with that design. Some way to flush the toilet while not in the room, right? Like the old toilets with the pull chain, except the pull chain like goes through the wall. Maybe you get some like brass rings to reduce friction, and you kind of just you close the door, then flush the fucking toilet. When I built my house, I made a stall room for the toilet separate from the rest of the bathroom. Nice. It sounds classy, right? Remote flusher. I'm stealing that $1 million idea. Yeah, until someone gets their toilet clogged and they keep pressing the flush button and flood their house with shit. A lot of master bathrooms are looking at having the toilet in its own room. I think it's so one person can be in there and the other person can use the shower sink without waiting. Okay, hold on. If you're both sharing a bathroom, you've already seen each other poop. There's no more mystery there. In that case, wash hands first, then pull the chain. Even better. Just make it a negative pressure room. Or maybe like a poo curtain surrounding the toilet and then pull chain on the outside. Maybe. Mark Cuban offers 25,000 for your idea and 50% of the company. Sounds about right. She's pooped on me, but yeah, we still have a separate room with the toilet in it. Some bidets come with detached control with Bluetooth flushing capabilities. Yeah, I think a few of the higher end toilets have like remote flushing. The best are master bathrooms with two toilet rooms, his and hers. Huh. I don't know if anyone would surround their toilet with a curtain of poo. That sounds gross. I think you meant more like a shower curtain. Let's talk about bathroom arrangements. Bullish, bearish, or sideways-ish. Well, the market's gonna go up now. But we almost got a $10 drop. We got 43.42. Since we didn't drop all the way back to 43.40, I want to say that 43.60 is still on the table, but we do have to break gamma neutral, which may not happen. Just stay seated when you're flush, and your body will block most of the shit bloom. Interesting. A vacuum device that attaches to your ass. Flushing is just activating the bidet feature. You just wear this all day like a backpack? Is that what camelbacks are for? I've often wondered if camelbacks were just to like wash away swamp ass when hiking. No? Oh. What are they for then? It's a shop vac that you install in your bathroom. Hmm. I sent you a dumb money stream card. Don't pay attention to the mismatch shadowing. Oh, well, now that you've said it, I can't unsee it. Who's the old guy? Is that like old me? I look dignified as fuck. That's old me? Camelbacks are for building up bacteria in your water supply while hiking. Lots of trading accounts on Twitter saying that when VIX doesn't increase during pullbacks, it's no bueno for bears. Is there anything that supports that? Yeah, VIX not increasing during a pullback. Although VIX did increase yesterday. How bearish would a failure of GN be with the other failures to push up the past few days as well. Pretty shitty, although I think they're gonna get their dream here. And like I really don't see a world where we don't test 43.55 today. 43.60 is still iffy, but 43.55 seems pretty locked in at this point, especially with calls getting cheaper. Now, if they're going to buy more calls after we break 43.50, I have no idea. If we do break above GN, is there positioning to hold it? It seems like, well, there's a lot of short puts at 43.50 and underwater calls. Also a desirable range because it's gamma neutral to set up neutral positioning going into Powell's speech tomorrow. Gork, why up? The market's doing exactly what I told you it would do an hour ago. I wasn't listening. Gherkin's been so accurate with their price points today. I wish I had listened an hour ago. I mean, I was $2 off on the drop, but that's why I didn't play the put there. I did play the call on the bounce though, and that's doing okay. Not great. I love it when price goes up and VIX drops simultaneously, and then your calls barely make any fucking money. It makes playing the upside in this market feel so great. Okay, too late. I bought? Bought what? If we fail 43.55, where do you see us moving down to in the afternoon? That depends on how much capitulation there is. Can you put the red mark back up on the screen to see where we go? Which, oh, can I? I don't know if I can go back that far. Oh, there it is. All right, I zoomed in on this, right? I think I was zoomed out. I don't remember how far zoomed out I was, but I know I drew this down to like, I must have been zoomed out more because I drew that down to like 40-30 from the peak. Maybe, I don't know. It's pretty close. So Elliott waves. It's just the accumulation and distribution of options positions. Where are we on the Volkswagen chart? June 27th, 2023. 11:25 a.m. Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight Time. Can you just draw out the exact price action like that red mark in the TD every day? It would be way easier to trade with that info. No. I mean, positioning's not always that clear, first of all. Sometimes it's clear enough that I can do that. Other times it's not. Second of all, positioning changes throughout the day. It's not a constant. So, you know, like I can kind of look forward like at certain times I can look forward like an hour or 2 hours and kind of see what's gonna happen overall, right? But beyond that, it gets weaker and weaker, right? And then if volume and stuff is higher, the time frame that I can do that shortens. DM'd the screenshot. Oh, perfect. Okay, so pretty much spot on so far. I even caught the little extra rejection, right? Stop lying, Magic Man. NQ getting more bleak by the day. Win sub 14.9 for real. Yeah, NQ actually isn't doing very well today, which is interesting. Some of big tech is recovering, but not a lot. Not as much as they've drawn down over the last several days. If Pi-Fi did that every day, you won't be watching the stream. It's still gonna have something to draw you to the stream. What? That's crazy. Hey Gorg, how is the Gork? It's okay. Miss you guys in trading real cash. Miss you too, STD slot machine. Soon enough, I'll have capital to do it again. Wedding planned and other life goals. Taking all my free money. They do that. Can you teach us how to tell the future by looking at futures? The futures don't do that. They just trade within a spread from spot. Lies. Might I suggest not getting married? Well, he doesn't want to go back on the STD grind. So, imagine it was that easy this whole time. Just look at futures, see what's going to happen 5 minutes from now. People would still lose money. Yeah, they would. How many monitors do you have? 3? Good thing everybody hedged with calls, right? I bought some at the bottom. Not a lot, like 10, but they're doing okay now. I bought 4350s. Have you bought into any banks from the last dump? Schwab? I picked up a small position in Schwab over like the last week. Not a big one. That's currently my only banking position. I had a bunch of like KeyBank, but then I got assigned on covered calls when it pumped. And then I didn't want to buy back into it because their risk was looking a little worse. I made $26 with the calls on this little bump. I sold because it felt gross holding them. Understandable. Is this the test? I have to ask because the line is gone. This is the breakout. See, hold on. Sell off end of day. Yeah, the second part of this I'm not so sure about. Right, that'll depend on what positioning accumulates during this period. Like if we get a lot more calls coming in above gamma neutral, then that changes, right? Then that can move higher. I don't see that happening a lot yet, but there's a lot of underwater calls at 43.75. When does unemployment data come out to confirm the SOM rule? Is it like a week and a half now? Next week? Should be next week. My Airbnb right now has a room with only a shower and a quarter bath in the room next door. It's otherwise a really nice Airbnb. Okay. Yeah, I can't. She's great, but her family's inheritance is even greater. Dad worked for the CIA as a 6'6", 250-pound traveling IT tech, and now has a port size that is probably 1/10 of yours. So you're doing it for the money? And they say chivalry is dead. I missed the hour ago prediction. Was it for a move over GN and then back below it? Yeah. Yeah. Any thoughts on COP August 110C? Let me look. Do, do, do. Hmm. I think you are too far out of the money. You always think that? Well, people frequently are too far out of the money. It also failed its last two tests of 110, both of which came when oil was higher per barrel than it is right now. That's why I preemptively bought 105s. Okay. 105 doesn't seem so bad. If you have decent theta, I mean, it'd print even on a move to like 103, right? Is QQQ gonna crash anytime soon, or will it rise for no reason in the next months? We got earnings season coming up pretty soon, like within the next month. Um, it's hard to believe that that would continue to be good. I don't know if it's gonna crash, but a correction isn't out of the question given how hard it's moved up in the early half of this year. It's also very top heavy. Never undervalue a mediocre looking woman who is flush with cash and willing to give a blimpie in a quarter bath. I don't know what that is. I don't want to know. We're either going to test 4365 or dump super hard now. Yep, basically. Well, 4360. I don't know if 4365's really on the table right now. I think this will go up another 20 basis points. I think it's too hard to say. There's some more put selling going on now that we're above gamma neutral. Hard, right? They keep failing to leverage sufficiently every day. And I think in a positive gamma environment, that's even more contradictory to their goals, right? So hard. You gotta double down a lot to get that upside. I don't think it's impossible, but it's definitely more difficult. How many days are there in a year, assuming you lived in Texas? Like, I don't know, like 90? It's like buy one, get one free. At least the great girl with that engagement ring. Wedding will be the renewal and keep her happy. Fun to joke about, but he actually wants me to learn to manage it. That's cool. Oh, good. I have a month of theta in that case. Do you see out of the money calls building? A little bit at 60, 65. Which I expected on the test of 55, but it's not a lot yet. 55 is still significantly higher. I use a free indicator for the past couple months, and it can tell you if there's going to be intraday movement greater than 30 BPS on SPX with high accuracy based off of the day before. I'm pretty sure it just bases it off of VIX, but or volatility. Bought it back, shaved $10 off my cost basis. Feels good. Wait, what? Which? Gork, my city has the worst air quality in the US. We have such a strong bond. Oh, sure, man. Watch your career with great interest. I love how accurate that red line you drew earlier is on price action. Magic. It's not magic. It's just. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, it is. I haven't. I haven't. This is all just magic. Smoke and mirrors. Hey, Gork, win down. How down? Why up? When no up? When red candle? How make money? Red candle maybe later? Not now. They say past performance guarantees future results, which is why I trade pasts. Ah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Even I'm impressed with my arbitrary squiggle. Magic? Now you tell me? You broke me. VIX not going up seems more important than SPX price not going down. Of course, those go hand in hand, but still. Yeah. Bought a 43.55 C 0 GT earlier this morning. Set a 30% risk. Got stopped out before the rip. I'm trying to hedge puts, but it's not as easy as it seems. So you have 43.55 0 GT. So, I mean, you got to work on your entries a bit. Or hold your hedge, right? Like, getting like you're not, you're just trading a 43.55 C, right? You're not hedging with it. Wait, we're allowed to use magic to trade if you want to. I found this new indicator that uses tarot cards and itchy clouds. I'm gonna be rich. Currently, what is the top of the range here? 43.65. I think we're topping out right now. Unless call positioning gets stronger, then this is probably going to fail. We could still see like 43.60 here because we're very close. I don't know if we'll see 65. One time I found an indicator that genuinely put phases of the moon on a graph. That's phenomenal. Why is the 10-year yield lower than the 20? More demand. Better than fib retracements? It's true. Yeah. Or equivalent. Is there a way to tell if calls are going to pile in or not? Maybe like you could look at like spy volume, see if volume's increasing. Futures volume, I guess, too. Maybe a comparative analysis between SPY and futures volume to determine if call interest is picking up. If volume remains elevated but flat, that's usually a good sign that more positioning is coming in. Like volume remains elevated but price stays stagnant. But that could also just mean it's reversing. So that's kind of the problem with using that approach. Yeah, I know there's a 5-year note auction. It's at 1 o'clock. Interesting, Beau. The best trading strategy is assigning sectors to planets and going long when a planet, i.e., sector, goes into retrograde, depending on which constellation it happens in. Oh, fuck. Dork, you can't give away the fund strategy in public. Right? Who's gonna pay us to do that? Yeah, what the fuck, man? I've been practicing my TA and charting on pass. According to my in-depth analysis that I learned at the Pickle Jar TM School for Special and Other Such Regards, we're going to move up a little bit. Too late. I full ported Neptune. Son of a bitch. The death of his portfolio is in your hands now, Dork. Calls on Uranus. What are your thoughts regarding earnings coming up? Is it going to be another season of beating analysts' low expectations? A lot of analysts' expectations are up, though, going into this quarter's earnings, right? Because all of the tech companies, which is the only earnings anyone cares about, all said they were going to do better this quarter. Right. So it's kind of hard to maintain low expectations when the company is promising increased guidance. Well, the day after I buy a put on Upstart, it's up 8%. I want to redo. You can always just buy more puts. They're cheaper now. Venus in retrograde, July 22nd to September 3rd in the Leo constellation. Leo is a symbol of strength and resilience, which means Bobby to the moon. Look at Apple's expectations. Lowest all year. Easy to beat. Isn't it like their worst performing quarter of the year? Like Q3 last year was their worst performing quarter also. Their revenues are also down like 30%. So right now the expectation for EPS is slightly higher than it was in quarter 3 of 2022, but their revenues are lower. NVIDIA can't meet demand for the AI chips? Yeah, I'm sure. Are they not real? What about all their fucking bloated inventory that they remarked? Hey, Gerg, I was on a call, so you might have already said, but do you think we're topping out here? I mean, it looks like it, yeah. We're starting to get a breakdown. You could confirm it on a breakdown of gamma neutral, though. Stopped out 43.55C 0 GT for 100% profits. Thanks, Gerg. You got it, man. Nice job. Hard to meet demand for something not in demand, but they've got all those future orders that they're gonna fill, right? And their earnings report at this point is like borderline fraud. They're just like they're reporting earnings for sales that have yet to occur. That's ridiculous. It's not out of my 100 Ps for NVIDIA at negative 95% profits. Good job, man. There's 260 people watching that have not liked the stream. Don't be like that group of people. That group of people shits behind a curtain in a quarter bath. Think NVIDIA's quarter two earnings report will have a big directional move again? I don't see how it couldn't, right? Either they beat and it rips to 500, or they fail and it drops like a rock. It's okay. They only need to what, like 8x their prior growth this quarter? It's it's fine. Reporting sales that have yet to occur, same like reporting securities sold but not yet purchased. No. It would be like reporting securities not yet purchased and but planned to be sold and left unpurchased. Saturn retrograde, June 17, November 4. I mean, you know, securities sold, not yet purchased is just a short position, right? Saturn retrograde, June 17th to November 4th in Pisces. Saturn has rings. Rings are made of precious metals. Pisces is the fish, which lives underwater. Bearish on commodities. But what about the shiny scales on the fish that look like metal, glinting in the light? Maybe it's short energy, long precious metals. We'll discuss it in the next strategy meeting. On a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you about a big zero DTE call pump coming in soon? I mean, not particularly worried. I have calls. So the NVIDIA inventory is already sold. No, it was repurposed. So like the 5 billion in inventory they were sitting on was like repurposed this last quarter. But no one's buying their 4090s, right? So I don't know if they're just like pulling them back and like flashing the BIOS on them, or GM on NVIDIA is like 450. It's just it just doesn't like auto calculate properly. But yeah, the gamma max on it hasn't really changed. It's been pretty flat. I'll double check with JFresh later, but yeah, I don't think it's doing anything. Sold equals accounting magic. Yeah, but that only lasts for so long, right? You can't keep reporting growth that has yet to occur without it having some kind of realization, right? Step away for a bit because my positions were closed. Any chance of 3380? 4380? I would say a chance for 4380 today seems pretty slim, at least right now. In my mind, they're both reporting a positive revenue, but I guess they no longer need to spend money as they've already spent the money prior. Hmm. A good time to enter 4340 or 20. No, probably not. I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't look to, I would say that we're too high in the upper range of call interest here right now to get any put positions right away. Because if more calls come in here, the market's going to move up a little more. And then you'd be underwater in the puts you just bought. You have to put more weight into gap accounting than non-gap accounting measures. Well, yeah, but the gap accounting measures for all of these companies looks like dog shit because they're all down like 25 and 30% year over year. I just bought more puts. I have no call hedge, and I don't have any more settled cash. Now what? Isn't this what you do every day? That sounds like my theme song for my year. Underwater in the puts you just bought. You need to stop over leveraging shit, Ben. You have a tendency to just buy a lot of the same thing. I'm not buying my puts till you cut your calls. Every fucking time I inverse your plays trying to enter mine, trying to get a great entry, I take it in the shorts harder than a Polish weed silo. Yeah, I haven't closed my calls yet. Probably not going to close them for a little while either. Could stay in this range for, oh fuck, I don't know, like the maybe the rest of the fucking day. When I like something, I like it. I know. I understand. Can you put a pull out to see who's holding puts that are expiring within the next week? I'm just curious if it's just complaining or stupidity. I don't want to know the answer to that. I just keep buying September 380Ps. Okay. They're cheap. People on R stocks think Nvidia is worth $400 and more. Yeah, people on Super Stock think GME is worth $200 million a share. What's your fucking point? I am the 7 DTEOI. Okay, there's no correlation between that giant sell and me saying that about GME. Just FYI. I haven't given up on it. I mean, I still own it. I have a bunch of covered calls out right now. That's kind of what I'm doing with it. I'm almost like, I will say that I'm almost just spite holding it at this point. I know I am. I should have just sold it all at 27. But um I want Cohen, even if it's a failure, I want Cohen to do something with the fucking money he stole from everyone. I want to see that he actually fucking tried. I think that's all I'm holding for at this point, which is sad. But yeah, like I feel like as a shareholder, we're owed that much. I don't care what he tries to do with it. As long as he tries to do something instead of just sitting there and cutting costs and fucking harvesting yields. on money that could have just as easily stayed in the market cap. The share offerings and the split. Everyone's like, oh, he had to do the share offering to cover the debt, but he didn't. The debt was covered by the share offering that he did in April of 2021. This was capital for growth investment, and no growth investment has occurred. And don't talk to me about the fucking NFT marketplace. I think RC is gonna leave. Maybe. He did try. He tried to hire a turnaround. He doesn't know how to run a publicly traded company. I know. I mean, I'm my cost basis on GME like is is zero. Like my adjusted cost basis is zero. I don't care, right? Aren't his tweets enough? What else do you want from a CEO? They invested in logistics and then they fucking closed all the fulfillment centers. So, like, they opened Nevada and then they shut it down. I'm not sure York is up and running. Like, they had a whole roadmap for e-commerce, and then they were like, "Nope, we're just gonna focus on our brick and mortar stores." Then they pumped a bunch of money into the NFT marketplace, fucking 6 months too late, right? So they're just trying to ride a hype train that was already dying. That's like going out today and being like, I'm gonna build a chatbot and take the world by storm. How low is GME gonna go this cycle? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if markets stay, like, indexes stay pretty stable, I would say it could hold above 20. If they don't, it could go a lot lower. Then why is he buying? I don't know, abstinence? Sunk cost fallacy? He was voted chairman by the board and immediately tweeted, "Not for long." Legendary troll or idiot. Anybody can buy a dip. Do you have a rough timeline on that magic you do earlier? I didn't trust the upside, but I'm believing in the downside. No, not really. I mean, right now we're trading in the range where it could kind of break either way, depending on the positioning that comes in. I don't think we're seeing a lot of volume, so nothing's really changing here. But there I wouldn't say there's any downside yet. I remember the time I tried to order a computer from GME and they sent me a 24-inch monitor instead and then kept my money for weeks while they tried to figure out what York warehouse did wrong. I feel like I remember you like DMing me about that, right? Are you trying to tell me GME shouldn't crank soft goods? They're not cranking them much. Using my free chat to tell you check DMs before it's no longer relevant or funny. All right. This is amazing. Can we get rid of the white bar at the bottom? I mean, I don't want to be picky, but I hate it so much. Okay, thanks. In his original letter to the board and wanted to rebuild the paid membership, it will become player soon. NFT marketplace for exclusive to members. Oh, so even fewer people that don't want to use the NFT marketplace can now use the NFT marketplace. I don't think he realizes what happens if a cult turns on the religious figure. It's not typically a good ending in terms of public appeal. I think if he cared about public appeal, he would have held his Bobby a little bit longer. He didn't stand to lose that much, right? Why not both? It seems to have a lot of legendary idiot trolls running big companies. There's only so much space in that game, though, right? They're all sucking up the legendary idiot liquidity. And that's going to create volatility. When Jimmy rockets to 400, humanity will already have been extinct for thousands of years, and the algorithms will be fucking around just out of boredom. In what century will you get your margin? I don't know. I'm still just waiting. Very, very patiently. No, it's backwards. They'll auto create pro members in the marketplace so they can saw there was massive growth in the user base. I see. It's like he can't decide if he wants to be Costco, Apple, or Binance. How much longer do you see Supersonic lasting? And at what point in this saga was the peak of retail interest? November 2021. March was okay, but not as significant. It's been on a pretty steady decline ever since then. Ah, man, I could have bought back cheaper. It's okay, Dirk. Things are looking less cool right now. He's such a shill. He's obviously doing all those things. Uh, you know, a lot of people give me shit, but I really did want everybody who invested in GameStop to walk away with more, and I blame Cohen a lot for that not happening. He had all the opportunity in the world handed to him on a silver platter. He could have turned GameStop into a million different companies, and he would have had all the capital to facilitate it, and he didn't. He squandered it. And he squandered not for himself. His exposure, his risk is nothing, right? He squandered it for all of you guys. And for that, seriously, fuck him. I blame the massive push to DRS. Yeah, but that's only part of the equation, right? Not that I was a huge fan. Seriously, if everybody started wheeling GME and using money to buy more shares, the stock would have kept going up. I know. But then people would have gotten assigned Dirk and they would have missed MOASS. And also, options evil. Don't you read the DD? Someone should make Cohen the Ivy Destroyer stream card like Conan the Destroyer. As if risking 25% of your position and having a MOASS event happens means fuck all. I know. It's not like I didn't try, Dork. Some people are doing it. Some people have gotten their cost bases down. They've been moderately responsible with their covered calls, and they've used that to increase holdings. There's very few, but there's some of them. The rest of them, every time GME moves up $1, they sell $5 in the money calls. Then they get assigned, and they're like, my fucking portfolio and life is ruined. And then they sell CSPs or buy back in at too high of a price. Some of us sold. Yeah, I know. Some people sold back in March of 2022. Selling CCs for my GME bags the last 7 months. Recently upgraded to margin and started bearish call spreads on stocks I don't even own. A life buoy in the sea of shit that RSS I fell into all those years ago. That is RSS. Thanks. Congratulations, Daniel. Seriously. That's why we love you, Gurky. Yeah. Some people do. I think most people hate me, but I do work hard on that. Why has 12 p.m. become stagnant a lot of times? It's lunch. What the fuck? I want to go eat lunch. I don't want to watch this trade sideways. I don't know if DFE sold. I don't, honestly, proper management, he shouldn't have. You have that much money, it doesn't become about, making more. It becomes about not losing any. And, I'm sure he is aware of, covered calls and taking advantage of short-term volatility, right? He may have. He may have just sold. But had he not, and had he just sold covered calls, he could have doubled the amount of gains by now, if not more, than he'd already had up until that point. Everyone gets depressed on their GME positions until it goes up $4. Here's the problem with that, though, right? And this is what I've never understood. It's like GME was like last October, right? GME was up like $20, right? And then in January, it was up like 15. Right? And then earnings, it went up like 10. And then this last move, it went up like 5, 7. And every one of these, people are like more excited than the one prior. What the fuck? And they've always been diminishing, but now they've really that's really accelerated, right? Like, Feb was smaller than Jan, and then June was smaller than Feb, and so on, right? And then like August was even smaller than that, and then November kind of recovered up, but that was a lot to do with like index pressure. And then, fucking everything crashed, and then the returns on March were really good. But then from like March, like May was like half of what March was, right? And then August was, like 75% of that, and then October was 50, 25, 15, 10, 5. Fuck that. It's never different. It's not this time it's different. It's just the same shit over and over again. Everybody YOLOing weekly calls to the market maker to fucking crush IV and steal all their money. I bought into the hype in 2021 and had a 59 cost basis post split, but I've lowered it to 27 with CCs and CSPs on runs, selling in the money. Nice, man. Congratulations, Salt. I think the top of every peak was DFE full porting of the money CCs. If it wasn't him, it was definitely me. Well, at least since March of last year. Honestly, the saddest part of this entire saga is that DFE probably enjoyed streaming and he probably liked sharing his thoughts and picks. And now he can't because SSers are too cultish. I mean, he can't because of all the exposure, right? It's not just SS. I mean, he got like brought in front of Congress. Like that's fucking freaky if you're just like some dude that bought a stock, right? Believe me, the people that lost money because of DFV will never forgive him for that. He's probably better off and happier just living a quiet life by himself. It does suck though. I'd love to talk to the guy. It's weird because I feel like it's getting harder to make money on the upside, but buying puts with theta on them seems to be working for me now. I just have to adapt with what the market gives. Yeah. I mean, buying puts with theta on it's always been okay. The problem is buying them. The thing now is though IV doesn't really spike, right? So you can kind of buy puts now versus previously when you'd buy a put at 200% IV and then IV would go down to like 100 and it didn't matter how much the stock dropped because of the premium you paid up front. Didn't he want to build a sports center for track and field? I have no idea. JPOW's speaking at market open. Tomorrow's going to be straddled pretty fucking heavily. True story. I bought far out of the money weekly calls for $1,000 the day we ripped 100% in Feb. I rolled them out and made it to 200 grand. Rugged down to 100,000 though. Paid off part of student loans. Well, you did better than most people. At least you sold your fucking options. Remember that guy on fucking Superstock that was like when I first started talking about options, he had that one post where he was like, I'm a professional options trader, and I had leaps on GME that were up $500,000 at the beginning of this year. And look, they're worthless now. Ah. Have you ever tried to reach out to DFE to chat off camera? I know this type of personal interaction is not your style. No. If you can't get DFE on stream, do the next best thing and get Cosmic Lightning Warrior back on. Better for the environment and better for you, e-delivery provides timely and secure access to your important documents online. Click the link below to 100% adopt e-delivery. What mean? It sounds like a phishing scam. Do you even have a Fidelity account? Maybe you had those European options? Professional options trader equals paper account? Yeah, I think so. The only real industry person we had on was Jake Freeman. Oh god, I do remember that. Well, we didn't have him on. We just talked to him. That was fucking weird. That whole thing made me bearish as fuck on Bobby. God, yeah, I do remember that now. If you can't get the real Roaring Kitty, then book the actor Paul Dano, who portrays him in Dumb Money. Any putsies yet? No, still holding my calls. I have a stop on them, but I'm still holding them. This hasn't failed yet, but holy fuck, this is boring. Yeah, his whole thesis sounded really sus. Well, what was suspect to me was like the thesis he was trying to sell us, right? And then when I like called him out on it, he was just like, "No, I'm doing it for the investors." He now owns a shit ton of Bobby assets. Yeah. Why did you even do the Cosmic Guy joint stream? I was genuinely shocked by that. It was one of my last ditch attempts to kind of reach across the aisle to DRSers and tell them why they were wrong. It was unsuccessful. He wanted to talk to us. So one of the quants reached out to him. I can't remember. I think it was Atomic, or maybe it wasn't. It was maybe I can't remember who reached out to him. One of them reached out to him. Was like, "Hey, do you want to kind of talk about your Bobby position?" Because he was on Reddit, and he agreed. And we kind of talked through his position, and you know I was cynical as usual. Um, he seemed like a smart kid, right? But like he wasn't telling us the truth. Like I didn't feel like he was being transparent, as even though that's kind of what he was claiming to be. He talked about his bond position, and I'm like, so you're short the stock, right? And he's like, well, no, I'm long the stock. And it just kind of seemed like bullshit. So I was like, so you're carrying a multi-million-dollar bond position with no hedge? Then there was really no answer to that. It wasn't a shill. He was just down to raid Bobby's coffers while they drowned. Yeah, I agree. I'm here from the trade spotting crossover. Whatever happened to that guy? Any interest in bringing me on and discussing my positions? Is your position just underwater on GME? Yeah, I still to this day I still don't know who the fuck Ape Andy is. Yeah, I saw today's home numbers. Exposing how little these people really know is beneficial to all their viewers. I guess, but it also means no one wants to talk to me, right? No, of course not. I have many other underwater positions. 43.70 now. 40, I mean 43.65. Maybe not even though. This could be the top. You got to give it a couple minutes. I mean, like that kind of move, right? That's just like getting the 43.60s in the money. Do you think Upstart is up today because people are interpreting new home sales numbers as helping them? Well, first of all, they don't have a lot of mortgage exposure. Second of all, Upstart's just up today because the index that's in is up. That's it. That's all it takes for Upstart to go up. It has positive beta, so it should outperform its index. SPX calls coming in yet? Are you playing this drop, or is it still too volatile? Still too volatile. I'm still in my calls, so I mean, I'm not like on the zero DTs. I'm not playing the downside here, not yet. If this is the top, it's super duper bearish triple top on the 15-minute. If you look at the 30, we just topped an 11-day downtrend on SPX. Do you think shorting REITs is a good play? Can that even be done? Yes, it can be. And yes, it could be. The problem with shorting REITs is time horizon. And on the CM, like the commercial REITs, like a lot is already priced in. I think the issue with the stream is that most people just started trading after the 2020 crash and subsequent rebound. They didn't realize just how insane and irrational the market can be. Really? Because I feel like from 2020 to 2021, there was a lot of insanity and irrationality. What other reasons beside bondholder would RC be listed as a creditor? I'm not sure. Maybe it has to do something with his early sale. More like they didn't realize the market could go down. They're still unwilling to accept that. If that were true, people wouldn't be jumping into black swan put positions a couple months out for the past 5 months. People jumping into black swan put positions and bull market long positions is fundamental to people participating in the market. It is arguably the most common two things that people do is buy the top and always think it's going to crash. You say there were potentially sold puts at 4,400 underwater. Yep. Seems like if we could learn to trade in this environment, a normal bull market should be cakewalk. Bull markets are very easy to trade. Kind of boring, but very easy to trade and make money in. I'm seeing some nice 0.5 delta SPX puts, Garrick. I'm gonna get me a 680k port and lose it so fucking hard. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, so let's see if this actually breaks down a little bit. I don't think positions change that much. I'm gonna tighten up my stop here. Should I sell spreads here? 4380, 4400? How much is that? $75, 80s, 8%. That's actually better. Uh, 70, 75 is 20%. Ooh. Hmm. All right, Dork, what do you think about this? 4370C, 4375C. I'm going to wait and see if this breaks up. But 4370 sold, 4375 long, 20% return on margin, max loss $415. It's 20% return on risk. It gets a little better the closer we get to. If the downtrend breaks out, you can just hedge with a further out of the money call. Well, I can't sell it till there's a rejection, but yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking, is if like it breaks up, I can just buy another 4375 per contract. Hmm. The bull market since October 2022 absolutely wrecked my port. Were you just like inversing me from October through Feb? Outside of SLD, that entire time I was long. Is this just like recency bias? I really don't like, tell me, because I don't understand it. Feb dropped 650 basis points. January dropped like 500. Those were huge downside moves. If you were short at the top, and they happened within their expected windows too. So like where did it go wrong? Like I get shorting Nvidia if that's the case. But then I don't understand not hedging it. Now, if you'd said like April till now, all right, yeah, I agree. This has been fucking nonsense. But fighting every urge I have not to chase. The good news is I will be able to buy more puts. The bad news is I lost a lot of money today by being dumb. Okay. I thought you were out of settled cash. How did you lose extra money? It's not about that. It's that most people don't have a calibration for price action and no sense of risk management. That takes years to develop. I know. Yeah, the risk management part is difficult to instill, especially after 2021. What do you think of Fubo's action right now? Ooh, interesting. It's a nice bounce. Fubo partnered with the Seattle Mariners for what? Don't they already have like a deal with the like MBL? Is today mostly just positional pump? Is anything else driving it? Uh, I'm not sure what you mean. Is it just pumping on calls? I mean, yeah. There've been zero DTEs. With Nvidia, I thought I was doing smart and DCA'd into my position over time. When in reality, I should have allocated a portion of that money into a hedge. I felt safe with 90 DTE. Lessons learned. Earlier, you said 4365 wasn't in the cards yet. I said unless we hit 4360, which we did. What's in the cards now that we're that high? I mean, it looks like options interest kind of falls off a bit here, but 4375 is where all the underwater calls are, like the longer dated ones. I mean, if they're gonna pump for anything, it's gonna be to rescue those, right? There's also a big pile of calls at 4400 that have been underwater for several days now. Hedge my port with NVIDIA short dated calls today. Worked very well. Nice. If I'm being honest, I just hang out here because I work from home and have no friends. I just referenced October because that's when the reference bottom was. I was doing fine until April. Yeah, April was a bitch. We got a fucking month of sideways, and then that broke up. into everything we have now. Are the 30s, why would they be closing? If anything, 75 has picked up zero DTE interest on top of its longer dated interest. Let me see something here. Yeah, 43.75 kind of looks like the target here. Well, it's looking more like the target. 43.70 interest is still kind of low. I don't think we see any resistance just yet. Probably like we'll trade flat here now. Yeah, CBOEs. Did you reverse rug my zero DT calls? I don't think so. Are they buying calls up above this? They already have calls at 43.75. They're buying some zero DTEs at that level, but there's already a big fat stack of them with Theta that's been there all for the last like week and a half. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Also, why I haven't reopened puts yet. Yeah, I haven't. I'm not opening any zero DTE puts yet. Our constant emphasizing that market is irrational is born from frustration. Since when are any markets rational? I don't know. Yeah, that does. Um, teaspoon. I wish those calls hadn't stopped out this AM. They're almost 6x now. I mean, I feel like there's probably a lesson to be learned there, either about the entry or the stop. Going for a test of 15.1. Yeah. Yeah, NQ still drastically outperforming. Volatility on QQQ is just better, frankly. Eh. Here's my only argument with NQ here is it's failed this level before. Like just above 15.050. Hmm. SPX has failed 4,400 a bunch of times. And 4,410. Or ES. But they've got the momentum. I mean, I don't see any reason for them not to try to take advantage of it. Do you think they're going for 4,400? I think it would be best for them to test it. It's still far away. If they fail to get the 4,375s here, I feel like that's really fucking bearish given the amount of, of effort to get to where we're at now, right? And that leaves the calls still underwater again. Yeah, JPass speaks at 9:30 tomorrow. This is their one shot to get mom spaghetti, you know? It was the entry. I should have let the morning settle a bit more. The stop was at 40% risk, which is questionable on a 0 DTE. I know, but I've been sticking to it pretty hard lately and doing better. When I lost the hedge, I cut the long puts, so I limited my losses to the day. Now I have to be patient and find the right opportunity to re-enter. Okay, so I would say that your stop's a little wide. You're if you're finding success with it, it's because you're you're you have you have weak entries, right? So um the reason your stop needs to be so wide is your entry's too weak. You should probably be trying to improve your entries and trim that stop down to like 25 to 20 25 to 15%. um you want enough range on a 0 DTE that you can dodge like a stop hunt, but you don't want so much range that you're going to lose half your premium, right? And if you're consistently losing 40% of your premium, that's an issue with entries, which you seem to be aware of. So try to be a little more patient, wait for better periods of consolidation. VIX is rising with the pump. Yeah, a bit. Futures volume's also declining here, so it could just be that we're getting like a uptick in short interest. I think this is starting to fail now, but very 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 brief move above 43.65. Um, but I think put buyers are also aware that this is failing. A little early too, all things given. Hmm. 43.75. And it kind of just falls off. See, 43.75 and 40.80 still have a decent amount of interest. But I guess 43.50, 55 capitulation can kind of fuck them up here. Hmm. Let me think about this for a second. That's kind of the full range of that. Hmm. No, 43.75 is still possible. Yeah. Yeah, 43.75 is still possible. We could just keep going up forever on zero GTE calls. Yeah, but there's not that many coming in beyond that, right? I don't disagree. Like they keep just buying them at the next level, but I'm just following it level by level. The opening of the latest candle reads like a failure to me. I mean, I think you're looking a bit closely. None of this really looks like a failure. Like maybe a move back below like 43.65, the prior strike, right? But holding steady above the prior strike, that's not a fail. Is 4,400 still possible too? If they buy more calls, yeah. I will say that there's some weakness here and some interest in turning it around. So if you get a combination of, you know, put interest increasing, short puts closing, right? Like you, I guess we have to kind of consider what's the purpose of this, right? If they're just trying to grab their underwater bags before letting it drop more, then they really only need to get it up near the level where their calls are at, right? If they're trying to drive things higher again, which they really haven't been doing, and even today's zero DTE volume isn't nearly as high as like what we had the week prior or 2 weeks ago. Um, then yeah, I mean they only need to get us up to the relative level where the calls are, and then they can close them and let it fall, right? Uh, if they're gonna try to keep pumping, then I would expect that we would see more out of the money volume come in, and then really all you can do at that point, because that options interest can come in so quickly, is just play it level by level, right? A break sub 43.65 would consider it a failure. It would be the beginning of a failure, yeah. It would confirm a breakdown. I mean, a failure of all the price action would be back below gamma neutral. My money is on them getting their 43.75 at the money, hold, then push to 44 before JPOW. No chance they close the 43.75 before 4,400 is reached. Are you sure? I mean, that's kind of assuming they're all the same entity, right? Which I don't think you can do. What if, you know, three institutions own all the 43.75 long dated interest, right? Three different sets of margins, three different positions, and one of them sells, right? Then it's up to the other two to try to recover the price back. I own them all. You should get better at getting them in the money then. So like Celtic for like an entry, right? Um you would target like a move here. Like a put entry there below, right? It hasn't hit it yet. And then you would put the stop right at the resistance, right? So if price action reverses, you get stopped out immediately. If price action continues, you make a bunch of money. So that's a good example of a good entry, like right here for like a 0 DTE position. Believe it or not, like where everyone thinks the good entry is, this is really unsafe, right? Because like if you try to buy this can reverse. And you're not at the money with the 65 here. You're out of the money, so the reversal is even more damaging to the position. So in that example, we never reached the entry point. Yeah. Believe it or not, this is actually a bad entry. Circles my entry position. Okay, you can enter here, but it's better to enter like the 43.70 put than it is the 43.65. And then you would set a stop on the test at the resistance. Oh, sorry. I'll change it to yellow. VIX beta 1. Ooh. Now, so this is driven by positions that opened here, closing at resistance, right? So now what you're looking for is a continuation of downtrend. So you should like up here get another re-entry opportunity. Right? So you could even set a limit buy. And then your cutoff would be, you know, the upside risk where you found a top. See, this way what you're doing is you're ensuring that your risk is very limited, right? You want to keep that risk real tight on zero DTEs. It's not TA. I know I know you think it is. It's not, right? It's just managing risk. You're choosing your entry based on the amount of risk that that entry presents. Don't think of it like a technical pattern. Technical pattern, if you think of it like a technical pattern, it's going to lead to bias, right? Bias leads to you moving your stop and losing more money. These are just EMAs. Think of them like floating support and resistance lines. There's some things that you can infer from the expansion and contraction of them, but none of these are fast enough for that, really. Not on the intraday. I know this won't hold forever, but I find that we always bounce on the 30 if we're going to rip higher, even if it means consolidation. I mean, finding support on the 30 and bouncing on the 30 are very different things, right? Volume coming in on the 30 test is really significant. No, not enough volume, insufficient volume coming in on the 30 test. It increases the likelihood of the other outcome, right? Which is a failure of the 30. I kind of want to make an EMA ribbon that's 50 different EMAs, spaced by 2, just to make the pretty ribbon. Is Bigfoot real? Why is he real? Are you a Bigfoot? No? Anyway, so like you're still like here, you're still in your position, right? But like you're betting on the downside, and if it moves up, you're gonna get stopped out. There's not a lot of room. It's nice and tight. Like this is what you want. If it bounces and you get stopped out, you can wait for the next opportunity, right? They come along about every 15 to 30 minutes. Bigfoot had 2 legs, Gurk has 4. Come on, guys, it's basic math. So now you see it's breaking down. This isn't magic. Ah, red candle. Oh my god. Is it okay if I DCA and stops if you have a lot of money? But no, I mean not really. The stop is still really like important. It's about limiting the total risk. I mean, when you DCA, you're increasing positional risk. I'm not saying that's bad. There are times when DCAing is absolutely appropriate and you can make a lot of money doing that. But it also means that you have to incrementally take more and more and more leveraged risk, right? I like your funny words, Magic Man. Thanks, dude named Dad. It's so easy with how you're explaining it. My entries are decent, but how and where to set stops has been a struggle. Well, I mean, the biggest, the hardest part about stops and cutting losses, right, is that you have to, in a way, accept that you're wrong, right, or that the possibility of you being wrong has like there's an outcome where you were incorrect about the position that you took, right? And taking a position requires confidence, right? You have to kind of be, you know, confident that the thing that you're buying is going to work out for you, right? And so then immediately saying, well, but I'm not that confident, right? That's that's psychologically really hard for people to do. And you, don't get me wrong, you can get to the point in your portfolio where you can be wrong longer, right? Or you can risk more capital on being wrong. But the potential to be wrong is always there. It doesn't matter how good you are. And so if once you can accept that, it becomes a lot easier to manage risk, right? Accepting failure ahead of time while still believing in it somehow. Well, I mean, it's you're trying to manage chaos, right? And in turn are probably just creating more chaos. Now here you're up a little, you're up a little bit, right? Um, you probably would have set a stop there, right? Um, there's an argument for keeping your stop in place since, you know, a newer high hasn't been reached. And then, you know, like a rejection here would be the point at which you might consider averaging down the position. But volume on the turnaround is stronger. So there's more risk the second time around than there was back here when volume was weak. But basically, yeah, you would have, captured this drop and then stopped out on the bounce. Because anytime price moves in your direction, you move your stop with the price, right? Especially if you move profitable. How much profit would that little move have just made? I don't know, maybe like 3 or 4%. Not a lot, but profit, right? If you can do that 5 times or 10 times a day, that's really significant. How do you know volume is weak on SPX if there's no volume? I mean, you can look at SPX CFDs, you can look at futures. Over time, you'll just learn. But there's just no volume being shown to you. But then you just get another entry on the rejection, right? Like now you can enter here again. I probably wouldn't enter a short here, but I'm just for the sake of risk, right? You can enter here, stop here, right? This is how I made $30 today. Yeah. And here's what happens. If your risk is tight enough, eventually you're going to get that entry, right? And it's just going to keep moving. Like it's not going to stop. You're going to get 1 or 2 maybe a day that just keep running, right? And you just keep moving that stop up behind them as it keeps running, right? And that's where you get, your like 120% option or your, 80% gain, right? And that should, if your risk is sufficient, make up for all the losses you had for the day and increase the amount of working capital you have going into the next day. You're so good at explaining this stuff. It's awesome that only half of us listen to you. If you zoom out so you can see the lowest point of the day, I can show you where I entered my 0DT. But, but here's the thing: why hold it? Why do you still have it? What's the point? Seems like most of this is a matter of experience and will become much easier as time goes on. Partially. I mean, I know people who do it forever and never grasp that aspect of it. For a lot of those people, day trading is not a good idea. If you have a lot of capital, you can fuck around a lot more, right? You can buy 1 DTEs, you can leverage 0 DTEs, right? You can start to play like longer trends. You can play like the 5 minute out here, right? You can play this whole breakdown, right? From the point of rejection, you can just start buying puts and buying more puts and buying more puts and buying more puts with a positional stop, on the prior high, right? And then if it drops, you make a shitload of money, right? I mean, the market always advantages more money. The more money you have, the more advantage you have. The looser your risk gets. But when you don't have that, you need to be and that's this trading is a problem too because you can only do it either with a cash account, right? And you settle out every day, or you have to have an account over 25,000 to not get hit with PDT. And there's advantages and disadvantages there too, right? Like if you have a cash account, you really can't do spreads. So, you can't like hold a position and, sell theta to manage offset your decay. But like everybody's got like a strategy or a technique or some fucking system, right? But all of those boil down to the same thing, right? Which is that there's consistency in your positioning, right? None of them have any statistical relevance over another, right? I mean, 50% win rate versus maybe 58, 60, and higher than that's really unlikely. Um, but all of that could just be accomplished by being consistent with your risk management and your positional allocations. You don't even need to understand the market, right? You can just be a really good gambler. Like you can just like, I'm gonna set a 2% stop, 10% take profit every morning on Tesla. I'm gonna buy one call with those parameters, and over time you will make money. You'll probably have a greater than 50% win rate. 43.75 is picking up here. I don't know how much more they're really picking up. They just have existed for days. The zero DTEs have a little more volume on them, but not a lot. Very very minimal volume, actually. Mostly it's the longer dated ones that have the effect here. I'm not sure when they expire. I think maybe 7/21. No, not 7/21. 6/30. 7/21's the 4400s. Let me check 6/30. The problem with that tight of a stop is that most options have spreads that are single digit percent. Yeah. So just re-enter, right? If you're wrong, re-enter. It's it's fine. I mean, I don't play with stops that tight, but I also don't have a $5,000 account. And if you're buying into a period of consolidation, tight stop shouldn't be a big risk. It's only when you're trying to chase runners and stuff and volumes picking up, like when you're buying into increasing volume and volatility, that you have a problem with having too tight of a stop. I don't understand why someone might buy this. A Fubo leap call for $1 strike now costs $1.25. So it's essentially $2.25 a share with that price. Why not just buy shares? They could be selling the call. Some of us are trying to turn 500 into 5,000. That's really hard. Uh, I don't I don't even know if that can really be accomplished without just using like spreads. I mean, it's really not enough capital. The success rate for like 5 to 5,000 over like, say you try to target like 3 months isn't very high. More than half of like attempts at that are gonna fail. Okay, so the 43.75 are for this Friday, which would explain maybe some of the urgency to get them. You clip the last hour? Uh, you can timestamp it in the comments if you want to like refer back to it. If I try to clip like an hour, it's gonna fuck things up. It's simple, really. You just buy 10 SPX0 DTs near end of day when they dip below 0.5 and let them 10x. Well, I mean, that only works if there's a big move at the end of day, right? You need like a 15, 20 BPS move end of day for that to even be possible. Because at the money calls aren't 5 cents. They're gonna be like $1.20, $1.50. I can't comment till you stop streaming. Let me see. I'll try it. Last time I did this, it fucking froze everything up. I don't think it's an hour either, but okay. This is breaking up again. But not enough yet. 43.72. Still shy of that 43.75. What's VIX doing? Okay, VIX is kind of like bottoming out here a bit. Volume on that, 43.15. Okay, NQ. And NQ is really not pushing very hard. Huh. Burning up all its juice for the day. This is some actual job work to do, but thankfully I got my scaping in early. Stay regularly handsome, my dude. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Okay, I'm trying to clip it right now. I'll see if it saves. And then if it does, I'll trim it. Harry Ballsack. I'm gonna do a challenge where I start with 100 and go to 5,000. I'll tell you when I fail, probably within the next day. It can be done. Holding these calls is the best decision I've made all day. Look at you clipping and trimming on the clock. I know. Why do you keep asking me that every day? I already told you yesterday. My opinion's not changing because we moved up. Maybe the AI that isn't made yet can figure out how to increase revenue for tech companies so they can meet their record-breaking projected earnings. SPX to 6K. I feel like if a chatbot's smarter than the leadership of the company that owns it, we've got some serious fucking problems already, right? I'm not saying that it can't be done, just that it can't be done by me. Not eating today? Well, I'm still in my calls, so I'm not going to eat until I close them. Can you give me some hopium that the institution that's making the market so miserable has a decent chance of getting blown up? No, but I can give you this. If they're successful at getting their 4375 and 4400s out from underwater, they're less likely to be blown up. If we hit 4375, is that a better chance for us to get back to 4360? No. Not unless the call positions capitulate. I'm buying an overnight strangle. Delta neutral. What delta do you look for in each direction? Depends what I'm buying a strangle on. I also don't generally buy overnight strangles. I usually straddle overnight. I mean, the market, maybe you could get away with strangling, but it's riskier. Your WeBull is stuck. No, it's not. But if I was doing strangles on like QQQ or SPX, I would probably still be pretty close to the money. I've been working on getting a 500 port up to 2K to be able to use margin to sell spreads. So far doing okay, but today hurts. Institutions are so close to being blown up. But critical margin, it isn't even funny. No. Overnight straddle sounds like it would result in losing one leg. Strangle? Not always. I mean, it depends on how the next day turns out, but frequently, yes. Although your upfront premium cost is lower, so you care less. Like if one of your legs gets in the money, then it doesn't matter so much. I've been working on getting a 40K port back up to 22K. I'll keep you posted. Maybe bears are waiting until they almost get the 4375 in the money, then swat them down and make them lose even more cash. No, I don't think so. You think this goes past 4375? It could. Very well could. There needs to be more out of the money call buying, but that's not hard. And options are just getting cheaper. 5 days of sell-off, and we're right back where we started. No, we're not. And it was more than 5 days. It's like 6. Today's 6th day? 6th day. Pretty close. I remember down like 150 BPS from the peak. What's driving this? Calls? I thought this was becoming unprofitable. I mean, it was a little better with VIX at 14 this morning. But yeah, slowly. They have to do quite a bit of work to do this. Get it over gamma neutral. Once they have it over gamma neutral, it's a little more stable, right? And then it's not so hard because the market maker's not selling into every downtick. Sell any spreads today? If so, what strikes? No, not yet. Still thinking about selling like 43, 80, 85, but I haven't decided yet. I do like that VIX is maintaining a higher low, at least for now. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a little less put selling. At least within the window that the VIX cares about. I'm gonna mess around and let me buy 437 P's for the third time this month. I've 2x them the previous 2 times. All right. Ooh, oil's slipping back down again. Hmm. How close do we need to be to 43.20 for charm to be a factor? I know under 42.85 you said you weren't worried, but is there a top side where it also doesn't affect us? Above it? above the collar into expiry, kind of. I mean, the charm would arguably work the other way. Although, at this level, I don't think we're close enough to it either. I'm excited to see if they can hold above 43.65 through JPOW. I mean, I feel like today's a good day to get those calls out from underwater, given that JPOW is speaking tomorrow, right? If he continues his hawkish rhetoric, which is most likely, then it's gonna keep consistency with that
the small amount of fear that the Fed narrative presents. Are you fairly confident that this will not break down? I just don't think it's going to break down right now. There were two outcomes earlier, right? After it dipped and bounced and then moved up above gamma neutral, and one was they don't buy more calls, right? We don't see zero DTE call buying, and we kind of maybe tap like 43 or like 4360 for 4365, like the peak of the positioning that was available. The other option is they do buy calls, which they did, and then we move up until they stop buying calls. What are the above orange lines? I think one of those is just like 4375. No, it's not. I don't remember what this one is. This should just be 4375. They're like a leftover from a previous day. I don't remember. Just a heads up, I'm about to buy an August put, so SPX will probably gap up $30 and hit 4,400. Why? Serious question. Why do you want to buy a put right here? VIX is low-ish, but not as low as it's been recently, right? We still know that they have a trapped position at 4,400. So what's the play here? Like buy one here, buy one at 4,400, and average down over the range, or do you think this is the top? Like this might be a local top. We test 4375 ish, and then we get a failure on some capitulation, but that doesn't necessarily mean there'll be a continuation of that failure, right? Use the short puts from last night to reposition my July 4400p at a profit to August 4350p. Okay. Nice. I like that. And you pulled back some money too on that move? Okay. I wouldn't buy it, but I strongly suspect neutral positioning is going to drop us into the end of the day. Well, here's the problem with that. If people are looking to set up neutral positioning into tomorrow, and we're not stagnant at any price, they're going to wait, right? Like no one's going to open up neutral positioning in the middle of an uptrend. Buy one DT SPX 4360 put here. I don't like it. I mean, kind of if you want to. I think it's a little soon. If there were no zero DTEs, where do you think the SPX would be? Probably around like 3,800. 2,800. It would have been a lot harder to facilitate all of this. I don't know why anybody would be buying puts right now. Bears don't usually need to rescue their puts. They just capitulate on them. Right? Like they go up and they sell them. I've been waiting to buy meta puts for a long time, and I'm happy I didn't so far. I'm starting to doubt if it's a good idea at all. What do you think? I mean, I think it's overvalued, and if you have a lot of time to wait for, the fundamentals to matter, then you could make a lot of money buying puts on it. But it's risky and hard to manage. I made 100 on this pump. Thanks. No problem, man. QQQ's off the charts. Sold out of my calls. Started with 100 after going to fix my car. Port is at 417. You're on the right track. Wait till right before Elon beats the snot out of that nerd. Didn't they cancel the fight? So you think the market will eventually take a big dip because the economy sucks? Yeah. It doesn't just suck. There are fundamental issues that cannot be resolved through over speculation. The effects of the rate increases haven't even been felt yet. We're likely to get a second wave of inflation on the back of any energy price increase. The housing market is not going to remain stable, and corporate credit conditions are already tightening. So yeah, I think so. I think there's nothing there to sustain the valuations that everyone is pricing in right now. I've got all the time in the world to wait it out too. I'm pretty good at buying calls on a trend. It's not very hard. My 4065s I bought are open. Open are 435%. And my stop is at 40%. What do next? 4365s? Probably, I mean, you should probably have a tighter stop than 40% at that point, right? But I mean, nothing, right? You're in the money. Fucking, what's the worst case? They cash settle? I'm still sitting on my 4350s. I mean, it's just like it hasn't pulled back enough to even get stopped, right? Like, I will say my stop's a little closer to like 20% here, but what do you think they'll take away the zero DTs? My guess is when people start getting good at playing them. Well, no, I mean, there'll always be a buyer for them. My guess would be if the market actually crashes due to them, then they'll get rid of them. Otherwise, I mean, the motivation, especially with all the interest in them, right? The motivation for the exchanges is to offer more similar products, not less products like this, right? They made zero DTs on indexes. Everyone loves them, right? Now, what about like Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, Apple, Nvidia, right? And you start offering two expirations a week, you know? If you sell Theta, it's like a dream come true. AM and PM zero DTs. They're saving the market. don't know about that. Yeah, arguably. I mean, we're kind of far away from the JPM collar right now, right? We're like $50 above it. Um, so I don't think it'll have a. I don't think the charm will have a lot of effect either way. I mean, the effective charm throughout this week is far more important the closer we are to the collar. 4,500 coming up by end of week. Why? Because it seems a bit outlandish. This doesn't mean 3 DTE short puts close to the collar might be a decent move. I don't like selling that much theta on SPX right now. It's too it's yeah, price action's way too volatile. Um there was probably like a good play this morning. I sold some bull puts yesterday below the collar with like 1 DTE. They expire tonight. I kind of figured if we stayed down at that level, we'd just get stuck on the collar, right? So it seemed like a decent play. I mean, I guess you could sell 3 DTE at the collar, but what if they roll a day early? Then you're fucked. Like, what if they roll Thursday and fucking price just drops? They roll puts up to like 4,200. It's not volatile. Just look at the VIX. just because no one's paying for the risk of volatility doesn't mean it's not volatile, right? I wonder if they're gonna get it as close to 4,400 as they can today, then run the shit out of futures into open tomorrow, gap up, close out at the beginning of the speech, and let it fall. Maybe. Then it appears JPow's words drove the action. I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, the positions at 4,375 and 4,400 are big. There's a lot of motivation to bail them out. But the question at that point becomes: are they bailing them out, or are they just using them as a stepping stone to more upside leverage? Why not just sell them off now that we hit 43.75? I mean, yeah, there's a chance of getting rugged, but I tightened my stop up a little more. My chart isn't frozen at all. Why do people keep saying that? PSQ? Is that the short QQQ index? Or ETF? That one's not leveraged, right? It's just inverse performance. It's unleveraged. I think it's because it's not. I think it's like not an ETF. It's like a mutual fund or some shit. Um, I mean, I guess it's cheaper. You don't have to worry about volatility decay. Yeah, I have it on the 5 minute. Oh, I could switch it back. All right. I think if we test 43.80 here, I'm going to sell. Hmm. Hmm. 85.90? 14%. Ooh, 80.85 is 32%. $380 is the max loss? It's not even that bad. Hey Greg, just got back from the dentist. What did your daily DD indicate? With you might be done with this in a few weeks. Oh, the like excessive bear call spread selling. And well, spread selling. I've been selling like shitloads of verticals overnight to offset like a lot of theta decay that I have. So I'll either have like enough realized profit from doing that that I don't have to keep doing it, and so consistency with the daily DD should pick up, or I'm gonna like close some positions and move things further out where I don't have to manage them quite so actively. VIX moving weird again. Yeah, I see it. I'm going on my honeymoon to Italy, Spain, Thursday for 2.5 weeks. Congratulations, Costellosaurus. May you please make us crash before then so I can close out my puts. Also, make sure nothing happens while I'm gone. Thanks, you're the best. Fuck this market. It's so annoying, just die already. Thank you so much, man. Have fun. I hope you return to a sea of red. You can keep it on the 5 minute. We just need to know if it's the US 5 minute or the Imperial 5 minute or the Texas 5 minute. I did a bunch of 4400s. Just did a bunch of 4400s just appear. Zero DTE. Let me look. No, I don't think so. There's very little zero DTE volume on the 4400 strike. I I just sold a couple spreads. Well, yeah. Yeah. I think I'm gonna close my calls soon. Give me a second. Yep. All right. Tell that guy to go to Campo di Fiori in Rome. Campo. Go to that place, Costellosaurus. I don't think the results of the bank stress test are released immediately. but generally putting the banks through a series of models that would, simulate various stressors and ensure their stability in case an event like that were to occur. Tomorrow, negative 2% day. That'd be cool. Yeah, I just closed my calls too. And I sold some spreads. 43.80, 85. 0 DTE. Seems decent. I might regret it in a minute, but I can always pick up some calls or just close them. But if we continue to break down here, I'll leave them open. I think 32% return on risk. I'm doing poor man's on SPY. Oh, okay. Why is this even rocketing? Well, they got above gamma neutral, and they bought a bunch of calls. Can Tesla kindly calm the fuck down? No profit taking yesterday when it hit resistance. I hope it bounces back up to 256 again so I can buy more puts. Oh, nice, dude. Not all of them, though. It's okay. There's always another chance, believe me. What would be an ideal overnight straddle point in SPX? Closer to gamma neutral would be better. I'm not a big fan of straddling in the higher range here, but if it closes up here, they might push for 44 tomorrow. If they push for 44 tomorrow, the capitulation, like across the board, could lead to a collapse. So, like I don't think like a 30-80 or 30-75 straddle is that bad. If we do end up here, if we fail into the end of today, right, and we return back more towards like 38-60, well, I mean, that kind of means they've given up on the 4400s a bit, but they have longer on the 4400s. I think the 4400s are 721 expiry. The 4375s were this Friday. So not as much time to get them out from underwater. But yeah, I mean, if we fail, obviously it's a little bit more advantageous for the short leg of the straddle. If we stay up here, it's probably more advantageous for the long leg. I don't know. What did you spend $200 on, Flama? We got above GN. They bought calls. Calls are cheap. Yeah. Bounces on GN are pretty common, at least on the first test. I think the real question is here is do we get this bounce? Do we form a lower high? If we form a lower high and then we get a breakdown, is that going to push us down below GN? Is that going to push us towards delta neutral? Right. We came pretty close to the collar on this drop over the last 5 days, and if this bounce is short lived, a day maybe two, then we could see additional leveraging to the short side. But we did expect a bounce. It came like a day later, which is fine. A whole lot of gymnastics being performed to avoid increasing the reserve ratio, huh? Oh yeah. They don't want to increase their fucking cash reserves when they have no cash. SPX, at what point was buying a put today a good idea? I mean, maybe a little bit now, but I wouldn't even buy one unless we broke below back below 43.75. And honestly, I'd probably want to see us move below 43.70. At open, I made $10. Okay, well, that doesn't count. AI is just a pump and dump, in my opinion. I agree. Can they just introduce zero point 0.5 DTE? Well, we have those. They just don't happen until the latter half of the day, right? All my sold puts are happy. I'll say it. The puts I sold yesterday are pretty happy. I didn't sell any today. I probably should have when we crossed GN. I wasn't really thinking about it. What would happen if they did increase monetary reserve requirements when they have no free cash? Well, as JPOW told Congress and the Senate 950 times, that's not going to happen anytime soon, right? So the Basel 3 uh shit is going to, even if it's implemented, is going to be, there's going to be a long window, right, of back and forth between the Fed and banks, and they'll make sure that they have a very long window to meet those requirements, right? But I mean, it would be bad for them right now. I think in their current state, it would present some significant liquidity issues. They already have a problem with cash. They have a problem with draining reserves, requiring more cash to be or draining deposits. Requiring more cash to be on reserve is not a benefit to them. Can you tell Dork I like him? Full homo. Dork, Carl likes you. Full homo. FOMO. I'm gonna put on Upstart when it MOASS to 31.82. Made 30%. Sold it. Then it worked up. I've been all out since this morning. So fucking boring. Yeah. This morning thinking a gap fill was in the cards. Yeah, I didn't really think that there was a potential for us to test like 43.40, but not much below that. There was just that big fat pile of fucking call interest at 43.50 right from market open. I think that was pretty telling on the, at least the direction in the early part of the day. So wait, all DTE eventually becomes zero DTE? Some of us just buy them when they're more expensive. DD in your DMs. What is it? Ew. That just looks weird. I'm 45 minutes behind stream. I think Seattle Mariners are their fourth MLB team partnership this season. Oh, okay. I thought they just had a partnership deal, Atomic, with with MLB, like the Game Pass or whatever the fuck. I don't know what it's called. I don't watch sports. I watch markets. They have both? Oh, okay. Oh, so you can like follow your favorite team or just everyone? I know it would never happen, but would they have to sell assets to raise capital? The banks? There you go. You say it would never happen, but isn't it already? And we watch you watch markets. I guess, yeah. Why does GME just stay pinned on days like these? Because they have enough liquidity to not let it run. Assets, like for instance, a bunch of underwater bonds. No, that's the last thing they want to mark to market because they'd be marking that at a loss, right? Much better to sell equities that are way overvalued. The stream is a let's play for the market. It's pretty great. I agree. Can we get a Charmadillo for the calls today to get the sell off and to close going? Not yet. Although it's looking a little better. Oh, I want to buy a put here, but I don't trust it. They're so cheap. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Tesla calls? I feel like the range is kind of shitty. You could. Tesla's at resistance right now. There's a lot of 250 puts. I mean, the upside move here would be like 256, 260. I probably wouldn't. I'd rather wait to see if it hits that level and then just buy more puts. It's not really a question of confidence. It's just there's been a consistent breakdown in like farther dated long Tesla positioning over the last like week. So I don't think like even if it does run up to 260, I don't think it's gonna find a lot of support up there. Shut the stream down. MOASS has begun. Why? Because someone bought 2 candles? Ooh. That's a bigger candle. That's exciting. It's like 100K volume. Why don't they just buy shares in GameStop and run it with us so we all get rich? Money for everyone? Or don't they want us to earn some money? No. Do you see ups for the remainder of the week? We could.
low volume days got low volume day guys day just got ruined. Oh god, is that still going on? If this ends up a full-blown trend day, do you have an end of day top prediction yet? I mean, I think if we move up here, it's like 4400's the next stop, but mm, I don't really know if the interest is there to push. Uh, yeah, 85 and 90 are still kind of weak. On the longer term time frame, 1 DT's Friday's expiration. Let me see. Give me a minute. Yeah, it still looks pretty weak above 4380. I mean, 4400's got a lot of interest, but from like 4380 through 4395, not a lot. It's very likely we close around 4375 unless we see some capitulation at that strike. Windows is telling me the S&P 500 is up 1.14%. Thoughts? Well, it's wrong. It's up 1.2. It's not running, it's MOASS. Okay. GME is up like 30 cents. It's not really running. Hey, man. It's up 43 cents, okay? Some people can't tell the difference between a little pump and MOASS, and quite frankly, it's sad. Wait, you just said, shut the stream down. MOASS has begun. That was your previous comment. Do you use trailing stops? Nah, usually. Sometimes. I just use stops or stop limits. Conditional orders, also, depending on the brokerage. OPEX is here. $38. Here we come. If JPM sets a low percent from spot, won't the bot puts be above the sold puts? The bot puts are always above the sold puts. No, I mean the pumper puts? Oh, yeah, yeah. Thoughts on posted stops? You write the price on a sticky and sell at that time. Now, I'm not saying that can't work, but it's probably not the most effective method. We've gone down for the last 5 days in a row. Options to you.
Doesn't deleting my IBKR account and moving full time to herd my goats. It's not an option. You find validation in your work that the goats can't give you. And in your out of the money puts. GME God Candle. Jesus. It's gonna be like 30 minutes of all the idiots showing up because GME went up 50 cents. I'm fading into obscurity to avoid questions about GMA. Fuck yeah, I love me some Blurk. QQQ off the screen. Gurk is now Gork. Glork. Oh, thank God, Pigeon Teeth. I was worried there for a second. Are they building above 4380? Not a lot, but there's longer dated positions above 4380. Guess I should have kept those 4370s. I dumped for a loss near open. It's okay, guys. DFE is just rolling his covered calls. Yeah, I heard about the Aston Martin Lucid deal. I hate buying calls this high up, but I'm also wary of selling puts. What do? So you just don't want to do any bullish things? I don't know. I guess you could just wait. Did Apple cure cancer or something? I don't know. I don't think so. Meta unveiled a subscription service for VR headsets yesterday. Is this going to be the new bubble? We're bringing back the metaverse for round 2? Metaverse by AI. It's a good same like acid trip. Does a steady rise in SPX indicate what might be causing it? But we've already been over what's causing it. We hit gamma neutral and people started buying 0 DTE calls. I literally said that this could happen Sunday. I reiterated this morning again. And throughout today that it was going to continue up. And why? But I did just buy a put. But that's because I sold my calls. I don't know, but what did Apple do to deserve being up 45% over the last 6 months? Nothing. They came out with an overpriced headset that no one's going to buy. Someone in Discord said something about a stress test tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow after market close. It's the Fed's bank stress test. I thought you were being facetious. No, I was being serious. So when can we actually go down? Not 1% over 5 days. It was more than 1% over 5 days. But like a solid 5% over 2 weeks. I mean, I'd much prefer 5% in 5 days. But Gork, you didn't tell me when to actually buy my calls. I mean, I kind of did. I definitely hinted at the opportunity to buy calls earlier today. There was a good one. I even drew a little chart that ended up being very accurate of where the best time to buy those calls would be. What does your gut tell you about where SPX will be a month from now? I mean, I'm still betting on a correction. I love how on every lower high, everyone just panics and acts like it's just going right back up again. I understand the PTSD, but you have to take each situation as if it is a new one and stop weighing the past so heavily. I trusted the magical line too much. No back downs sub GN. But we went above the magical line. Above the magical line, bullish time. Bullish time, magic line, right? Bearish time below the magic line. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. They're all magical. Can you show us the lower high so we can get over my PTSD? Did that help? I can go to the 1 hour. They going for that gap? Probably. Yeah. More importantly, going for their giant fat pile of calls that got buried underwater over the last 5 days. The question is, can they get them? Wrong gap? What do you mean? I mean, it's a lower high until it isn't. Will they keep buying more calls and futures to keep it sky high? Now that they've walked it back up. Well, they could try, but it doesn't look like they're doing a lot of put selling again. They did. We got a bunch this morning, right? We got a nice drop in VIX, and then it's kind of flatlined throughout the latter half of the day. From, well, that's about right. Right after we broke gamma neutral. Why does that keep moving up? Oh, that's Apple. Despite some dumb bear call spreads I sold earlier, I think I still make money by the time this all ends. Okay. I have some bear spreads that I just sold at 43.80, so I needed to fail here or move higher. We're already above 43.75. Putting on my National Treasure 3D glasses, I'm gonna buy 4,400 zero DTEs. Ballsy. I like it. JPEL launches this tomorrow. I'd guess the market likes teasing him with green candles so much when he's hawkish. I mean, we'll see. But these calls, the calls at 43.75 are going to expire Friday. So I'm not even sure with the decay that they're up still. Like 43.80 may not even be enough to cover the premium cost. Can you be a bro and shoot a missile at Poland? I don't have any extra missiles laying around. Popcorn. All right, this looks super boring. I've got stops. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. RSI whiling out on the 5 minute. So I don't really know that RSI on the 5 minute has that much significance. I wasn't going to the bathroom. I was preparing some food and putting it in my oven. It's the most significant indicator ever. In your quarter kitchen? I have a half kitchen, thank you very much. How do you think that they drop the Dixie? And the Dixie affects the price of ES. Um, it has a few different effects. A rising dollar benefits multinationals. A falling dollar probably benefits like more domestic companies, but and international economies. There's some effects on commodities. It's pretty broad. I mean, the direct effect on ES is, I would say, diffused. ES and SPX slipping a trend line for the first time today. Well, this has a chance to break down. That doesn't mean it will, right? I mean, more call buying can just come in. Calls are cheap as fuck right now. Are the 4370s selling here? They expire Friday. They did all this work to get it back above their calls. If they just capitulate on all of them all at once, that's bearish as fuck. And really bad for the 4400s that are still out of the money. Oh, well. I chose my put timing wisely. Look at me go. I am on fire today. Calls being cheap also means that people are reluctant to sell them because lack of profitability. Yeah, which means less people to squeeze out to the upside. Rejoice, woot woot, per usual. You would be on fire if you drew a Charmadillo. You can't just have Charmadillo every day. All right, if I start using him all the time, then what's the point? Oh, stop saying that to me. Don't use Charmadillo until we have actual charm. Don't worry, I'll only reserve him for the most significant expirations. Guybrush was used all the time. Now we don't even know if he's still alive. I mean, he's alive, but I'm only bringing him out if JC's here. And he's got a job, so it's... Did you buy those SPX puts at 43.75? No, I bought them at 43.80. Are you asking... Wait, are you asking what price I bought them at, or what strike they are? They are 43.75s. I bought them at 43.80. What's a job? I don't know.
I hate working. I don't. I like working. Keeps me busy. These 4310 zero DTs gonna print or what? I mean, I really fucking hope so, Cobra. Dude, thanks for shooting a missile at Poland. Is that what they call it nowadays? Last guy that bragged about working rug pulled my Bobby position. Yes, he did. How long until SQQQ hits 25 again? Well, you know, it'll always reverse split, so. You never work a day in your life if you make piles of money in your shorts every day, or however that quote goes. Yeah, something like that. I didn't make piles of money today. I did okay. It was an okay day. Not as good as yesterday. Over leveraging the end of day drop and yesterday was too sweet. Heard making piles in my shorts, that's a different problem. You're okay as another man's pile of money, I suppose. What do people make daily nowadays? Like 500, 1,000, about a K. $1,000 per day. Yeah, for work. Why? What's so funny? You ever feel like you have good days, but your port is still red on the day? No. But sometimes I'll have days that move against me and I don't lose any more money. Those feel great. Well, I mean, 365K a year before taxes. I just assume that most people in here were professional degenerates. Hold on, I'll figure out based on what's like I think the New York hourly wage is like 25 right now. So it's like 40, that's like 1,000 a week. That's 200 a day. Ugh. That's not even possible to live off of. Isn't New York City $15 an hour? Not if you want fucking employees. That's like one that's like one call spread a day. I just sold 80. Remember, that's for backbreaking and soul crushing work. Now you know why I don't have margin. Well, fair. I'm so How do you lose 700% on a call spread? Wait, why were... You don't have to rub it in. I already lost my $200. I think I'm at like $8.50 a day, and I do better than most in here. Yeah, I mean, I know well, the cost of living here is also like 300% the national average. So technically, you make less money in New York than you would somewhere else. I make negative $500 a day with trading factored in. Oh, I know you do, popcorn trader. You were up yesterday though, so that's got to count for something. It's hard to stretch plays both sides while making under 40 an hour. Doing my best to learn from all of you so I can stop drowning in this city. I mean, you know, I get in the chats on the Discord. I just assume everybody's like a engineer or, you know, just idling life away at some $200,000 a year job or multiple $200,000 a year jobs that they work from home. Was I wrong? Oh God, some of you are actually poor. Girk, I barely have the tip of my penis inside the middle class. You just need more girlfriends to move in with you. I can fix half of your problems right now. Poll salary ranges? I don't think I want the answers. I think you've been doing this so long and so successfully, you're somewhat out of touch with the financials of regular society. You were part of the 1%. No, I'm not. Hold on. Well, not in 2017 or 18 or 19, but can I do an average? I'm suddenly very proud of myself. I didn't know the top 1% were so poor. This is step one of my life plan. Now find the top. I'm not going to look at the top 1% in New York City. Fuck that. I'm looking at Ohio right now. I'm feeling real good about myself. Just like an unsubscribed. I'll see you tomorrow. Why did you remove the missile from Poland? I got stopped out of my puts. Sorry. Look at Mississippi while you're at it. I'd live like a king down there. I mean, the dollar's still up. Just live in Turkey. You could get like a whole palace. You could be a sultan. Their currency's actually like it's worth like pocket lint. You're the 1%, but we won't come after you when the end of days come. I'm not worried about that. Maybe for the eggplant parm. You got an awesome attitude for what you teach and rant at us in. Thanks, who ate my hat. What's a sovereign nation cost? $20. Hold on. I gotta go grab my food.
What the fuck is going on? What are you guys doing? You just selling each other options? Peeners? Oh my god, there's actually put volume here. Interesting. Have you thought about a weekly DGen YOLO play for one of your pickles picks? What do you think Tesla puts on Monday were? Say if we had $1,000 we were gonna spend on strippers and coke anyway. Now I know I might be out of touch with people's finances, but if you're looking for DGen YOLOs, you're not spending $1,000 on strippers and coke in a week. It's more like coke 1 week, strippers the next. Like you have to break up the purchases. Zero DTs expire. Wu-Tang is forever. Okay. Did you close your bear spreads? No. Theta, baby. But Gork, you never end up with leftover coke. That's true. You're not out of touch? That's what made that so obnoxious. I might be a little bit. The benefit is I'm still really cheap. That keeps me grounded. Coke is really expensive nowadays. A 12 pack is like $8. Yeah, they just keep inflating their prices, but then their stock isn't going up. But still better than Pepsi. I started a brand new portfolio yesterday with 400 bucks. It's now at 1200. All by listening to you. Thank you, Dad. Nice, dude. Look who's not holding RC's bags now. Or maybe you are. Who's your cook guy? I can get you a 12er for $3.99 plus deposit. I'm not gonna pay to recycle. The last month of trading has taught me that I actually did not learn anything in the last few months, but got lucky a few times and thought I knew what I was doing. Yeah. But then you get lucky a few more times, right? And then the next time you'll know what you were doing the first time a little better. And you'll make different mistakes. The shrinkflation is getting so annoying. The submarines I received from Colombia have been getting smaller and smaller over the last 2 years. What could be the catalyst to see 500 BPS and SPX in a 5-day span? I know you're long-term bearish,
But it's hard to envision sustained downs. Or we just need to go under delta neutral. You don't need a catalyst. I don't know why. I don't know why everyone thinks that you need, like, Nvidia didn't need a fucking catalyst to be at $450. It just went there one day, right? There wasn't even any fucking news that it just went from 400 to 440. Why do you need a catalyst? It was like the Trump trade deal series of like mini crashes. It was all just like the market digesting information. Yeah. The banks dying should have been the end of these kind of ridiculous shenanigans. Ah, but the fact that it wasn't tells you something, right? When the banks died and the market rocketed, that's when we entered La La Land. If you're waiting for a downside drop, how do you stay confident in your play through volatility? Well, making money on volatility helps a lot. Um, I guess in my case, there are facts and data which support the market being worth less, right? The market is worth more. Somewhere in there is a middle ground. There aren't a lot of absolute truths in the market, but one of them is that middle ground over time will be found. (9:30 a.m.) Wait, what? Hmm. The consolidation is slightly bearish. The volatility picking up here is largely occurring on profit taking. I don't think it's super bearish, but it's a little bit bearish. How does this not drop back to 43.60 end of day? We stabilize at 43.75 into close. What do you end up grubbing on? It's like Trader Joe's flatbread. It's pizza. It's frozen pizza. But it's got like a puffy crust versus a pizza crust. You think we're recreating August? There's some similarities. History only rhymes, though, right? You're speaking at a like economic symposium in Portugal. RP. I've had Trader Joe's fettuccine alfredo. I'm judging your palate. Wait, where do you live? Maybe it's not your fault. You seem like the religious type. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm big into Jesus and God. He's yeah. I love Symposia. Any one DTE interest at 4,400? Nah, not really. There was like a trickle of volume there earlier, but I think it's mostly just like sold calls. Also, just so people know, the call positioning at the money is collapsing pretty rapidly. What mean? Pump successful? I don't know. Does it look like the 65s, 60s, 55s, or 50s are changing? Maybe they're just repositioning? Rolling out to 1 DTE? Push for the 4,400s tomorrow? That seems like a reasonable expectation. That's what I would do. I haven't tried manifesting with crystals to improve my returns. What do you think of Kathy Wood's arc? What about it? Hmm. There you go, Dork. Uranus. Did you see my pizza comment? It's important. Have you ever had freshetta? Yeah. It was the most fluffy and edible crust of any frozen pizza I've ever tried. I think they put chemicals in it to make that happen, but yeah, it's kind of the opposite of the cracker crust frozen pizzas. Long term, I'm not sure I'd want to own anything Kathy Woods manages. She did really well in 2021. You know what? I'd if I thought it was a bull market, I'd probably pick up some ARK. It's got pretty broad exposure to a lot of things that go up in bull markets. So does QQQ, though. And QQQ doesn't get on the news and say stupid shit like Bitcoin to $100,000. Cheaper than delivery, better than bad. You don't even know who the manager of QQQ is, though. And you've been ogling 1980s pictures of Kathy Woods too much. Jensen Huang is the CEO of QQQ. Yeah, didn't you hear about the new fashion trend he's starting with leather jackets? Apparently, all the like programmers in Silicon Valley are now wearing like leather jackets everywhere they go. And it's like 80 degrees out and humid. Where do you think Amazon tops out at? I would have argued at the beginning of all of this that Amazon was probably one of the more undervalued of the big like tech companies at the time. I mean, it got rejected off its resistance at 131.50 pretty hard. But if you're long, right, and you think it's gonna turn around and come back closer to your cost basis, why not just sell like in the money CCs with some theta and then capture the difference in delta? Then you can, like if you're really long the company, you could, and you think this most recent run is out of line with their valuation, which it's really not. Amazon is actually more fairly valued than a lot of the other big tech companies. Just for men, a touch of gray in the hair. So that's something I'll do on stocks that I'm like long on. If they go significantly over like my near term price target, I'll sell like in the money CSPs or CCs with some theta, like 90 plus days out, and then if the price comes back down, I can buy them back here capture that difference and average down my position overall, right? Everyone always thinks they have to like expire back out of the money, but you don't, right? That's not necessary. The contract will simply be worth less than when you sold it. How well will Amazon do during a recession? You know, it's not really something I think we have a lot of data on. Currently, probably not very well, but their business model is really adaptable. You know, they have a lot of pricing power in their sector, right? Like a ton of it, almost all of it. It's the benefit of being a monopoly. That's why people flee to those companies as defensives, because they have huge moats, right? They're untouchable in their respective fields. Apple can make cheaper products. Microsoft can lower costs for businesses, right? And get more SaaS business. Like a broader spectrum of businesses will gain access to their software. Amazon can literally force sellers' prices down, right? I work for Amazon and I have a moat in my yard. That's just a backed up septic tank. The problem, though, with big tech and recessions is that big techs are very reliant on fast and like capital infusions at very low rates, and that's not something they're going to have for some time. And since their growth is so dependent on that, them losing access to it will mean that they'll have to get that money somewhere else, and it's very likely they get it from their shareholders who've benefited so much from their growth. So they'll survive, but at what cost, right? The funniest part is that all these tech companies can actually justify their defensive status, but then there's Nvidia. Yeah, I mean, people need to upgrade infrastructure. They need to buy chips, but they don't necessarily need to do it at the rate that Nvidia is inferring that they do, right? When margins are contracting and sectors are shrinking, you don't need to compete. You just need to stay alive. And buying into AI infrastructure is competing, right? You're chasing the carrot. So one of the biggest problems I have with Nvidia right now is that a lot of their valuation depends on companies doing kind of the opposite of what they should be doing right now. Like it depends on them spending even more money during a period where like capital and operating expenditures are contracting. You can only fire so many people, right? Eventually you need somebody working there to do the job. Did you see the Nvidia Snow AI partnership? No. Nvidia says otherwise. Fire everyone and replace with AI. Yeah, but then you don't have any consumers. So what? Corporations get levied massive taxes to support the society that they fired, or I mean, because that'll happen, right?
AI will become the consumer. No, it won't. They're like AI run utopia is not like a beneficial climate for fucking massive mega corporations with huge monopolies. Please tell me you closed your zero DTE spread. I'm out of it. Hmm. Yay, bearish patterns break up. This is a bullish pattern. Sort of. There's a lot of zero DTE call buying right now. 3080, 4380, 4385 especially. Beginning of August, end of August for what? Triple A effective yield is less than the 2-year. Ooh, really? Is that new? I don't think that's new. Wait, that's not new. I thought you were saying the opposite thing, which would have been new. So no concept of neutral positioning for today. I guess they really think we'll pump tomorrow. I mean, where do you... they built their neutral positioning over like the last hour, right? We saw puts come in at the beginning of all of this. We started to see the calls break down, the shorter dated calls. We saw a big collapse of like the in the money calls. Some of those are still holding on, like the 43, 75s, and 80s are still there, but significantly reduced. But now it's advantageous to pump because now you can disrupt the neutral positioning, right? We're overbought, but the neutral positioning is stopping it from selling off? No, not really. The the zero DTEs into close are stopping it from selling off. Are you hedging your zero GTE bear spreads? I got stopped out of them. I ended up making like 8% on risk. They're just constant theta decay, basically. If the collar were to roll today, the top side would be right around 4,600, with the puts around 4,165, right? Well, no, not necessarily. Um, it's 3.5 to 5% from spot. So, they can roll it straight out at 5%. They can also roll it in at 3.5%. And anything in between there. They could do 4%, they could do 4.1. I see you full porting into 4385 Ps to drop it under your 8K of bear call spreads. No, never. I probably wasn't even wrong on the bear spreads, but it seemed better just to I thought it would break down here after the majority of the 4375 sold off, and it didn't, so I got stopped. So instead of like 32% on risk, which I would have got if I held into close, I got like 8. But that's fine, right? I'm okay with that. So even less support to the downside now. I mean, we'll have to see where positioning lands after today. Like our end of day data, like when we get it, that gives us a lot more insight into where positioning has moved across the chain, right? Are they starting to close sold puts, or are they selling more? That I don't know yet. Those positions are all further dated, so we'll have to see. The fact that VIX stayed so stable today after it found its bottom is pretty interesting. I mean, VIX kind of found like mostly its low for today right here around 1362, and that was way the fuck back here when we crossed gamma neutral. Right, since we went above gamma neutral, VIX has stayed pretty flat despite the rising market. Is this a confirmed bounce now? No. I mean, yes and no. It's within my expected range for a bounce. Technically, I think on the technical side, it's like about even. A confirmed bounce would probably be the gap fill above us, which is at like fuck is that? 4388.72, which we missed. Oh fuck, I need to straddle. Uh there's still like 23 minutes.
I think I'm gonna sell more spreads. Let's sell 85.90 for 45. Another 10%. Psst, Gork, this looks like distribution. I know. I have QQQ 359 put. Okay. Remaining from a straddle that is underwater and has 24 days of theta. Do you think it could drop over the next week or so? It could. I mean, how was your profitability on the long side? Like, more importantly, right? Like, are you underwater positionally, or did your long side print hard enough that you don't have to worry about it? Why are you using this much EMAs? I just put them on the screen for like, I don't use them. They're just up there for like floating support and resistance. What happens if JPOW goes full bull? We go up more. 4400s go in the money. Yep, there's still a lot of positions underwater at 4400. I think both long calls and sold puts. I don't think we saw any capitulation from any of them. That's why VIX stayed so fucking flat. It wasn't really until like end of day yesterday when we moved down into the collar that we saw. I think we saw any capitulation, and even then it wasn't very much, right? When VIX just went up a little bit. Thanks, Strat9. I'm new. No worries. Is there? I've never been above water. I'm basically a submarine. Just don't go visiting the Titanic. If JPOW says nothing about the U.S. economy, we go up. I mean, he's going to. He's speaking at a European Central Bank conference. It's going to be almost all about the U.S.'s economy. I'm not new, but I am dumb. That's okay. I don't believe the Titanic was real. Fair. Does JPOW fly coach? Are you kidding? They just buy his plane tickets with the Fed's bank backstop, and then Jamie Dimon has to pay for them at the risk-free rate plus premium. I posted something in Discord where German central bank is going to need a bailout. Is that bullish? No. They're like the third largest economy. Dump it to close has financial has downgraded the S&P 500 to 3500. Posted on Twitter. If you're gonna be an analyst and you're gonna adapt, are you overweight? What did you mean when you said this looks like distribution? I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? No, I just sit here and look at charts all day. Thanks for asking. Zom also downgrades the S&P 500 to the S&P 7. JPOW can't wait for a random Karen to get kicked off the plane. What if JPOW gets kicked off the plane? Why doesn't the Federal Reserve ever have any sexual misconduct allegations levied against them? What if JPOW's plane explodes? Does that pause hikes? I mean, they would replace him with the vice chair. It would reduce the number of votes probably into the next meeting by one. They pay those people off because they run the money printer. You can't just nominate me on YouTube, Lawrence of Arabia. Yeah, it's not like bankruptcy. You can't just type it somewhere and it becomes true. Do you love VWAP? No, it's just on my hat. All the women look like Hester Pierce. I don't know who that is, but do you like gaming? When does JPOW visit Jackson's Hole again? September for the Jackson Hole Economics Symposium. Actually, all the Fed bank presidents really pile into Jackson's Hole around that time of year. I heard it gets wild, but I've never been. Do you click baits for your show? Because some of them are just great. Wait, what? I have eaten a pickle on stream. Twice. What's a bait? Do you do the clickbaits? No. Usually the titles of my streams are abstract and have nothing to do with the financial market. I would Yesterday it was about Teletubbies. JPAL gets kicked off the plane. There's blurry cell phone video of him yelling at security. You morons think banks are strong and resilient? We're crashing within the next month. Oh, they're gonna have to get him real drunk to get that to happen. The screens that you click on, they are good. Okay, thank you. Was this a Q&A with new people? I think so. I thought it was shadow banned. How did new people find us? Given the stranded calls and short puts at 4,400, would you say that the odds we make it back there are pretty high? Yep. I know I'd want to get my money back. And I don't have billions of dollars.
I posted your DD to WeBull chat. Why would you do that? Did you really? What the fuck, Bob? To get more viewers, that's more likes, but I don't want either of those things. Also, don't forget to like the stream, guys. More YouTube money? You're gonna make, like, you're gonna bump me up to $600 in ad revenue a year? That's a 20% increase, by the way. Gherk is kidding. He wants likes and viewers. He wants to spread the word. The good word of stocks. Please like this stream. I posted your DD to Backpage in Albuquerque. Okay, that's fine. That seems like the right kind of people. Thanks for turning off the ads from last week. That shit was wild. I haven't done anything. Has JFresh blown up his port yet? I don't think so. Just selling spreads. Selling hopes and dreams to market participants. It's the best. I posted your DD on StockTwits and spammed it 100x. I hate that place. I print your DD out and put it next to casino flyers in the old folks' homes. That's fine. We could use some vintage gamblers in here. Did you put it on the CBOE cork board? Don't go. Listen, guys, after yesterday's comment, I got a call that a bunch of people were posting shit to the cork board in the CBOE main office. That's for options orders, okay? Contain yourselves. You know what's crazy right now, Dork? 43.85, 43.90, 10% yield. Fucking 10 minutes to close. Yeah. 10% on risk. That's pretty fucking decent. Sorry about posting that chicken parm recipe wanted bill on the CBOE board. I'll take it down. Chicken parm's easy. You just beat a chicken breast into submission, bread it, cover it in sauce, and then bake it with mozzarella on top. There's no finesse to it. It's not like eggplant that requires hours and hours of preparation. It's garbage. Was this you showing the pickle jar how to sell spreads? Have I missed that lesson? Oh god, no. I'm just telling Dork that I can get 10% on risk. 8 minutes into close. If you're not beating your chicken with finesse, then you're not living right. But did you get that 10%? No comment. I saw a post of the percent spread from the highest to spot VIX future contract is the highest it's been since Volmageddon. Was that the thing that JFresh posted? Yeah. It's pretty wide.
But everything's fine because VIX is in contango, right? Nothing to worry about here, guys. Can't you just Google that? The price of spot VIX is lower than the contract in front, which is then lower than the contract in front of that, and so on. Dork. When short spot VIX, when backwardation. Is there a ticker for that? For what? The VIX spreads? You can, I mean, you can just look at the forward curve. With two eyes. Are you, wait, do you have any vision disabilities? I can print it in braille for you. When juice caboose boof? What did the 5-year coming out today? I forgot to even check. I was busy answering 5,000 questions about why we were going up. 5-year note auction 4.01 versus the prior 3.74. Ooh. That's spicy. I wish JPOW would just cut rates and crash the market. That's what we're all waiting for, right? That's why the banks want the rate cuts. They already sold everything. I don't think that there's a JPOW event contract. I don't know if they do it for like macroeconomic decisions. It seems to just be like bets on like closing price of shit. Yes, no. How is the day not over yet? They've been shuffling around zero DTs for like a fucking hour and a half now. I just want yes no contracts on other people's ports. Ooh, that'd be fun. Huh. Can you be to me what cohodes is to NVX and pump it for us? No. I have seen the movie Rat Race. You're talking about the movie? It had Mr. Bean in it. Sir Rowan Atkinson. When leveraged yes no contract ETF? I mean, the ticker would have to be maybe, right? MAYB. What's the difference between expected future spot price versus the futures price of the equity? They seem like the same thing. Wait, what? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Sub 4380 close. I will smirk at the Bulls' misfortune. That'd be funny, actually. Yeah, actually, sub 4375 would be even funnier. They knighted Mr. Bean. They didn't. I just assumed. Why is Powell speaking at 2:30 a.m. on Thursday? It seems like a great time to say market crashy things because he's going to be in Portugal, where it's a normal time. Ding ding. The day is done. So the future spot price, it's the VIX, right? So, like, if you're looking at VIX, the VIX versus the contract in front. So, contango is when the contract in front is higher than the current spot. I lost half my value on my $100 port exercise buying 0 DT puts and not setting stops. Now at $200. Well, you're still up on the day, right? You can blow it up tomorrow. Well, I guess we'll see what JPOW has to say in the morning and how scared futures get overnight. But it should be interesting since the rate of interest rate increases from the European Central Bank are significantly lagging behind the US. And I mean, we're America. We need to be number one. So if they decide to catch up real quick, that's going to put a lot of pressure on the dollar. I'm actually kind of interested to see what he has to say tomorrow morning. So we'll probably be watching him live. It's going to be an exciting time. Don't miss it. Wake up really fucking early to watch old people talk about monetary policy. And I'll be there. So that'll be fun. 9:30 a.m., right? Yeah. Does JPOW even speak Portuguese? We're gonna find out. All right, guys. No, it's not early stream. It's just 9:30. It's the time the stream starts. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope everybody has a lovely night. Drop a like on your way out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later, guys.